We're going to call this meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, sorry. This meeting complies with the Open Public Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been published on the municipal bulletin board and in the appropriate newspapers of the township.
Thank you, thank you. Roll call, please.
Here. Here.
Here. Ms. Cipriani, we have a resolution this evening, correct?
Yes, this is memorializing resolution for the appointment of Kathleen Bibza as recording secretary, which was voted on at the last meeting. And as I was just saying to the chairperson, in the future, we should be doing these resolutions just at the same time as the appointments. The appointment resolutions are not like the approvals or denials where you do it and then do a memorializing resolution. So we shouldn't be having to take two bites at this particular apple. But nonetheless, we do have that resolution today, and it's appointing Kathleen Bibbs as a recording secretary through June 30th, 2025. The reason for that is this is an appointment that is usually made at reorg in July, and so it'll get us back on that calendar.
All right, so we need a motion, a second, please.
Motion.
Roll call, excuse me, roll call, please.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Sorry. And we have a set of minutes this evening from the March 19th, 2025 meeting. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes, please.
Motion.
Roll call, please.
Abstain. Yes.
Absent.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
And yes, there she is. Okay. I do not have a voucher. Kathleen, do you have a voucher this evening? Okay. I have a voucher from the Township of Jackson for the recording secretary for this evening for the Zoning Board of Adjustment in the amount of $175. We need a motion and a second to pay the voucher, please.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Brezzi.
Yes.
Mr. Hyman. Dr. Hofstein.
Yes.
Mr. Hudak. Yes. Ms. Rosal.
Yes.
Mr. Martins.
Yes.
Mr. Such.
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes. Okay. And Ms. Cipriani, do we have any announcements for this evening?
Yes, number 2 on the agenda, Avram Ellenson is being moved to the June 18th meeting. No further notice.
All right, so if anybody is here for that application this evening for 8 Florence Court, they're going to be heard in June. Okay, and we need to swear in our professionals.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this board tonight will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name and position for the record.
Mark Romeyer, Board Engineer.
Ernie Peters, Board Planner.
Gina Tumalo, Assistant Zoning Officer.
Okay. No executive session for this evening. I don't believe we have any matters for discussion, but we do have an administrative approval. County Offices LLC, Megan's Associates, Site Plan 644-1-B.5601, excuse me, and 61.01 administrative approval for landscape plantings.
Good evening, everybody. Adam Pfeffer, attorney on behalf of the applicant. As the board may recall, we were back here a month or so ago, 6 weeks ago, and there were a couple of questions raised. Again, just to remind the board, when this application was approved many years ago, for reasons that nobody can really figure out, the landscaping plan was placed on the neighboring association, Three Pens, and that's how it was approved. It was submitted. I did go back since then. I did review the original resolution. I went through the minutes of the meeting. There are no notes in my original file. No one really knows why that is. I think everyone, I believe, is in agreement. The better plan is to put the landscaping plan on the applicant's property itself. To that effect, Mr. Borden and his office submitted a plan. If Anthony could just pick up, I think they were submitted last time, what the original submittal was back when the application was approved, as well as a proposed plan. I believe there also was some confusion at the last meeting, both between the applicant, the testimony, the owner, as to what was on site versus what's being proposed. I just want to be very clear. They had already started planting some of those trees. That is not all that the applicant is looking to do. The applicant is looking to meet what was proposed. There is a revised plan that was proposed at the last meeting, and that I actually took an opportunity today to drive through it, and obviously that's not what is on the plan. Obviously, should the board vote in favor to approve this plan, it's subject to all the other requirements of the board's and the township's engineer inspecting it, making sure that it's planted properly, as well as maintenance, and et cetera, et cetera. So with that, I mean, that's really the entire. I'm not looking to waste the board's time this evening. We are just seeking to amend the original landscaping plan from Three Pens to our site, in conformance with what Mr. Borden and his office has proposed. If we can, we'll just swear in Mr. Borden, and then we could answer any questions.
Do you swear that the testimony you'll give before this board tonight is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you state your name and credentials for the record?
Certainly. Ian Borden, professional planner, president of Professional Design Services, licensed in good standing and practiced for 40 years.
Mr. Borden, this board accepts your credentials.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ward, I guess, can you recap what I stated? Is there anything, you want Anthony, could you just pull up the two plans so the board can just refresh their memory?
Yeah, the board might recall, I was part of that original site. I did the testimony, and my office did the plans for that original site plan with Mr. Shea in 2003, approved, and believe in 2008. And I don't recall why. I do know there was some objectors from Three Pens, but the evergreen landscape trees were approved to be located on the Three Pens property. And to recall, my testimony at the last hearing was to place the trees there would require disruption to the sprinkler system of Three Pens Brook, loss of lawn area. They'd have to trim back some of the trees along their wood line because right now they're growing over where these trees would be growing, so you'd have to create some light and no air for these trees to grow. And in my opinion, it's more practical or certainly more befitting compliance with the township ordinance to plant the buffer on my client's property as the ordinance requires.
Mr. Wood, in addition to the points that you just raised, wasn't the record, or at least the record that we could find, bereft of any indication that the other property consented to the border being created?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a very good point. Yes, that is correct. And that's actually how we started down the path to come here. Because my client, who's building the site, who built the site, who was not my client when they bought the project approved, they called me with a very simple question: how do I plant this landscaping? And my answer was, I don't know. So I reached out to the township officials, Mr. Purpero, and then the board engineer at the time, Mr. Hill, and we had a conversation. It was agreed that the best approach was to meet with the homeowners, so I scheduled a meeting, recall, in November, where I attended with a member of the association management company, and I believe a member of the association was there, a resident. There was another person there. I'm not exactly sure what her position was. That's why I say I believe. We talked through all these things about physically, there would be who's going to be responsible. Obviously, my client would be responsible to plant them, and that was fine. But who's responsible to maintain them, repair of the septic system, loss of the lawn, all these other proximity of the houses to the units. They were on the approved plan in some areas. They're very close to the units, to the rear decks. And it was agreed verbally, and certainly it was verbally, nothing to take to the bank, that it would be a good idea to put it on the subject property, which is, at that point, is when we started this application. This application was filed in, I believe it was November of last year. And as Mr. Pfeffer says, my client, as I testified at the last hearing, my client had ordered some of the trees, not all the trees, and they had to be planted, right? Once a tree's ordered, it's got to go somewhere. You can't bring it back to the nursery. So he took the risk, frankly, and planted them on his property where we proposed them on our proposed plan, but understanding that as Mr. Pfeffer said, that is not all the trees. At the end of the hearing last time, I never really had a chance to address this because it was carried, but there was some consternation from the board and the residents that there were some photographs that showed openings in the trees. And that's simply because the trees aren't planted yet. There's some trees planted, but they're not filled in the numbers that our proposed plan provides. So what you're seeing out there right now is an incomplete product.
What percentage of the trees that you're proposing has been planted?
Well, that's a great question. I wish I had an empirical answer. I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess that 60% of the trees are planted. Certainly not more than that. The trees along the side of the property, which is on the right side. If you go to number 3, please, Anthony. Yeah, that one. Perfect. See if my thing shows up on the screen. The trees down the side here, that's a solid single row of trees. But when you get behind the building in this area, the trees are very widely scattered. And it was this area where the resident took a picture, and the picture looking from the unit through here. And I agree, you literally could not see any of the trees. Well, that's because they're not planted yet. This area needs to be significantly filled in yet. And obviously, my client's not going to proceed with more planting unless and until the board accepts this field change. Otherwise, he would be just wasting his money to plant more trees now.
Mr. Pfeffer, excuse me, can you use your microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it your testimony that the proposed plan that's up on the screen is what, if approved, the applicant will comply with?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's over here.
Any questions for Mr. Borden, comments? Dr. Hofstein?
Yes. Originally, did the homeowners association approve the original planting on their property?
So when you say the original planting, meaning when it was originally approved?
Yes.
So I went back, like I said, it's in the resolution, and I went back and I reviewed the minutes, I think it was from 2008. It talked about that there were members from the association present at the meeting. Again, I can't tell you, nobody knows the reason as to why it was approved with the original plantings on 3 Pence's property. I assume that they must have consented, but I don't have anything in the record to say that they do, that they did.
Do you have any knowledge who was supposed to maintain anything there?
It was not part of the resolution of approval. I mean, this makes more sense because this is going to be the applicant's requirement. It's on their property. There will be, obviously, once the building's done, after performance, besides the performance bond, there will be a maintenance bond that I believe also will cover the landscaping. I will tell you, I drove there today. Already some of the new plantings are dead. I mean, I can just tell you there's probably about, I don't know if it's 10, but somewhere between 5 and 10 of these plantings. They're going to be thrown out. They're going to have to be replaced. So,
Yeah, just to correct that, I was there today as well. There's two different types of plantings. One of them, they're all dead, and one of them, they're fine. So it's half of them are dead.
Yeah, I saw that as well, yeah. The plantings were a mixture of Norway spruce and cypress, or Leland cypress, and the Norway spruce, the Christmas tree-looking trees, are
Yes.
doing wonderfully.
That's correct.
The cypress, not so good.
So I just want to know the density, what you're proposing for it, correct, meaning what is this reflecting? Is it reflecting when you first come in on that right side? They're actually, to my eye, they looked like they were planted 6 feet from each other. There's about 4 feet of space in between.
The-
And then when you get further to the back, it gets a lot more spread out, like you said
Correct.
before. And then further back, it's probably like 15 feet. What is the proposal that you're proposing? Is it that the density of, when you come in on that right side?
Yes, a little bit heavier than that. The density is, down the right side is basically equivalent to a double staggered row of 10 feet on spacing. So that places the trees basically 4 feet apart.
That's what
That's
it
kind
is.
of a standard screening design that's contained in the township ordinance for generation. So generally, not more than 8 feet apart at any point during the whole run.
Okay,
I'm
and I'm
sorry.
assuming that they're going to replace those ones that are dying.
They would have to, yes.
the reason why I said about it's important also with the maintenance bond, those are, the applicant will not be able to get off their bond if those are not replaced, and the township inspects, there's a process for all that. But like I said, I drove past it today, they're dead already. I mean, they're gonna have to
Yeah,
come
I
out.
saw, I was there
Yeah.
today, yes. Okay, thank you.
One other thing I just wanted to point out, it was at the last meeting, we discussed, even though it's administrative approval, the board did ask that we get a new list and notice, and I just neglected to state that we did get that list, and we did send out notices and provided that to everybody, so.
Thank you, and the notices were provided by the secretary. And I'm sorry, Mr. Borden, I know you were just testifying, I just was having a hard time hearing everything you said. I thought you said that on the right side of the property, the spacing was approximately 4 feet?
In a staggered row, so if you place the trees 8 feet apart in 2 rows, and you stagger the rows,
Okay, and so that's only on the right side, but,
in the back, there's a single row that are, unfortunately, my plan is very small, I didn't bring a larger plan, but I'm going to say the plans in the back are on an 8-foot center,
So you're
which
saying
normally
they're-
what we do.
They're planted in double, are you saying they're planted in double rows? Because that's not what I saw.
No, they're not, that's what I'm saying, they're not, it's not finished yet.
Okay, all right. No, when you said they were planted, that's why I'm like, wait a minute.
No, no.
Does he mean they're going to be, or
No.
they are?
So-
Okay.
Some of the trees, whatever trees they had ordered, that were on order before they realized that they had this concern about where to plant them, that initial order they had to plant.
I think the testimony was that there were 60%, approximately
Yes.
60% of the total trees to be there had been planted, and then there seemed to be agreement that about half of that 60% has died.
I don't, that's hard to guess, but I don't think it's 50%. Basically, the cedar, down the right side or the top row of that A3 was staggered of the spruce and the cypress died. So it's really the one species. The spruces are thriving.
But again, it would almost be easier if they hadn't planted anything, and we came in with this plan. And the reason why, because now we're talking about it, because, again, we have to comply. If the board approves this and your engineer says that he's in agreement and that this meets, the requirements, and the board votes yes, we will be doing this. Forget if there's one plant or 100 plants there, and if they're dead or not dead. We have to comply, and we have to, otherwise we're not getting off of our bond. So, I mean, we're trying to get there. So I know we want to talk, I did it too. I drove there, I looked, I saw the back, almost no plants were there. So what we are showing is what we have to do. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, the plants in the back, meaning the back of the rear parking area, on the left side of A3 in this area, I measured them. I was there at 8:30 this morning, and I've been there obviously multiple times, but I wanted to see it right before the meeting to see what the condition was. These trees are basically planted right now with 24-foot spacing, which is obviously much wider. There's going to be a lot of trees if you blow up here, Anthony, if you don't mind enlarge, you see there's basically the trees are intended so that the overhanging branches touch each other. That's the idea. See how close they are here. And what you see out there today is nothing close to that.
I went to the office building came out beautiful. I mean, it's really a very nice building. You know, it's set back very far from the street. But we're not going to now skimp at the end, so.
Any other questions for Mr. Borden? Mr. Omeyer?
Yeah, just a couple comments. Just to clarify, the board may grant administrative approval for changes to any previously approved site plan, provided that they do not affect the purpose and intent of the original approval. So, in my opinion, they're shifting a row of landscaping, they're shifting it onto their property, and where a single row was proposed, now there's even a greater density with the staggering along the side yard. In total, there are less trees. However, that's because there's a shorter distance that they have to cover. And then regards to the size, the diameter of the trees and the height of the trees at the time of planting, the ordinance does specify the trees at the foundation must have a diameter of 1.5 to 3 inches and 5 to 6 feet in height. So the idea is they're not planting fully grown trees. They're younger trees that will grow, widen, and get taller. So just wanted to provide that additional information.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. Borden? Mr. Pfeffer, do you have anything else?
That is, I know the neighbors do have counsel here, so if you want an opportunity to open it.
So there was an objector. I don't know if there are any questions for Mr. Borden, or if you just wanted to wait and put on your own case. Okay, so let me just say, so Mr. Pfeffer, anything at all?
That's our presentation. I mean, we'll address, if there's any other comments that come up, we will happily address.
Okay.
You can come forward. Excuse me.
Hello, everyone. Bonnie Wright of Hanlon, Lehman and Wright. Thank you for having me back. Can you go back further? Who's controlling this thing?
Anthony.
Yeah, the overview, thank you. So just to remind the board, I'm here on behalf of Rodrigo and Megan Anderson. Can I borrow that? They actually, my clients live right here. And I will say that Mr. Pfeffer was courteous enough to give me a call earlier in the week and try to get a pulse of where we're at with this, so I thank you for that, Adam. He also did mention that we just ironically took pictures of the most sparsely populated area. And now that I see this, I understand why he's saying that, but it just so happens that that's where my clients live, in the most sparsely populated area. So there was no intent to like seek out that that's where they live. So, and I also want to point out that there are other buildings here. So even though this depicts that maybe it's only my client's building, it's not. There's others here. So my client's position, and I will call my client up because I submitted some photographs that I would just like to take at the board to take a look at, is actually that's probably not their position, but I, as a lawyer, understand why putting these plantings on the association property is a strange thing to have approved, and I think it's untenable. So we understand, and we're not opposing the applicant moving all of these plantings to their property. I think that makes better sense. However, I do think it's important that the board see the photographs that we had presented some at the last meeting. We are going to present some more. And ultimately, we are going to defer to the board to make their decision. But the applicant has made an application to amend their plan, and we are asking the board to consider imposing a requirement that more plantings are planted. Because when you see these photographs, you're going to see what it used to look like and what it looks like now. And quite frankly, if any of you were living in this condition, I think that you would feel the same way. But again, ultimately, my client is going to defer to the decision of the board, but their request is that the board impose upon the applicant an obligation to plant more than what is depicted on the plan that they have currently presented. So I'm going to ask that the photographs that I submitted be brought up. Okay. And I am going to call up Mr. Rodrigo Anderson. Again, Megan Anderson was here with me last time. She is away, and so her husband is here with me today.
If you could just give him the microphone, please.
And I'm sorry, he'll have to be sworn.
Yes.
Sir, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name and address for the record.
Rodrigo Anderson, 9 Forge Court. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, it's Rodrigo Anderson, 9 Forge Court.
All right, Mr. Anderson, I'm showing you what I have marked as Anderson 001. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it that we're looking at here?
My,
Mr. Anderson, did you take this photograph?
either me or my wife did, but yes. that
And you
is-
do recognize the contents of the photograph?
Absolutely.
If you could you estimate when this photograph was taken?
Estimate, I would say maybe a couple years ago, 5 years, possibly.
And what exactly are we seeing in this photograph?
That is my backyard.
Okay. And specifically, that's your back fence?
Yep,
And beyond that, that's all of the trees that used to be there?
correct.
Okay, can we go to the next one? I've got about 30 pictures, Adam, so what's the shortest way I can do this to your satisfaction?
We need microphones.
Yeah, we can't hear.
The fence is the area that, and I think that one of the board members was asking this question. The fence depicts the area that is owned by my client, by the unit owner. So beyond the fence is common area, and before the fence is the property owner's property. Does that answer your question, Adam, or no?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So again, Mr. Anderson, what are we looking at here?
Once again, my backyard and the woods in the back.
Okay, and within the fence area is the property that you own?
Yes,
And beyond that, what are we seeing here?
used to be the nice woods.
Okay. You want me to keep going, have him
what?
authenticate every photograph?
Through the chair?
I just have, oh, sorry.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Can I understand something?
Yes.
What are you trying to accomplish here?
I think
The-
that'll
the-
be
the-
self-evident when we get through the rest of these
The
photographs.
applicant clearly stated that they are proposing what is required by the ordinance, which will give you a lot more than whatever is existing now. So all you're doing is you're proposing to us pictures depicting that they did not plant the proper plantings, which they are going to be required to do. So what is the
I haven't actually
intent?
gotten that far, to be honest with you. I really want the board to see what it looks like before. And to be fair, and with all due respect, there was definitely some inconsistent testimony at the last meeting, because there was testimony that the plantings were completed and had been installed in accordance with the plan. And then that testimony has been somewhat rolled back. And I'm not here to beat up the applicant. I want the board to see these photographs, and then the board is free to make whatever decision they want. But quite frankly, we are allowed to present this, and I would ask for the freedom to do that.
Absolutely, I'm just trying to understand the intention of it.
Because right now, this photograph is not depicting what they did plant or didn't plant. What it is depicting is what it used to look like, and we will get there. Okay.
So, Bonnie, I just had one other question. If you go back,
Yes.
can we just go back to the photograph, Anderson 1?
Sure.
Just to the first picture, just back one picture. I'm just trying to understand, that fence, though, I think your client just indicated, is not the property line. Those trees I'm trying to figure out, the trees that he's looking at, that we're looking on the top of the picture, or the top of the fence, whose property are those on?
That is the association property.
Okay, so, but those trees are on the association, not on the applicant?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, through the chair, just one question. Was the building, the office building, constructed at the time these pictures were taken?
Constructed in the last, I'm going to say,
So there was
24
no-
months, so so if she said that, I believe the testimony was approximately 5 years ago, no, the building did not
The
exist.
building didn't exist.
But I just want to be clear, I don't think those are the trees that had anything to do with my client's property.
No, we are, at this particular point, we are not attempting to depict what is currently there. We're trying to depict what used to be there.
I got it, and I'm just trying to figure out if there are trees on your property, the association's property, or there are trees on the applicant's property. That's all.
100%. It is definitely the association's property.
Thank you.
Okay, can we show the next photo? Mr. Anderson, again, is this yet another photo of the same subject matter, your backyard with the trees that are on the association property beyond the fence?
Yes, that's my backyard.
And if you had to estimate approximately how old is this photograph?
Probably the same 5 years.
Okay, next. Mr. Anderson, is that your son in the photograph?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
That's not the purpose of the photograph. Again, where, your son is, his name is what?
Logan.
Okay. And where is he standing in relation to where your property is?
That is the common area.
Okay, and is it on the side of your home? Is it in the back?
It's behind my home, the fence.
Okay, and that gun is fake, is it not?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
And what is it that is depicted in the rear there?
The woods that used to be there.
Okay, next.
I'm sorry, I just have to ask. So those woods, are they on the
Association property,
property? Nothing to do with the applicant at this
No.
point, right?
correct. All right, Mr. Anderson, did you take this photograph?
That I did, yes.
Can you estimate approximately when you took this photograph?
Approximately a couple days, if not ago.
Okay. And would you consider the location of this photograph approximately where your son was standing in the last picture?
Absolutely, yeah.
So all of those trees and greenery is no longer there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if this building, would you estimate approximately how far it is from the fence that you do own?
From my fence to that building, 100 foot.
Okay, can we show the next picture?
Excuse me, I'm a little confused. So bear with me, because I'm
Yes.
probably not going to ask this right way. Mr.
Absolutely.
Pfeffer just asked a question I think that's important that we all think about. He asked you where those trees were in relation to your client's property and the applicant's property, and you said they were in the common area of 3 Pence Brook. So I understand what you're showing us. Okay, I get what you're showing us. It
Yes.
obviously looks very different. The trees are gone, but if they're not on the applicant's side, I'm not sure how that relates to the issue at hand tonight.
It relates, Chairperson, because I want you to see what it used to look like. And when they started clearing for this project, and this is a natural occurrence, unfortunately, even the buffer that remained effectively was destroyed as a result of the
No, I'm going to
clearing.
object to that. There's no correlation, you cannot prove that because the property on my client's property was cleared, that your client's association's trees all died because of the clearing. You don't have any proof to say that.
You're right.
that's-
I don't have an expert to testify to that. I only have photographs to show you what it looked like before construction
No,
started.
no, you have a picture
and what
from
it looks
5
like
years
now.
ago, but looks like the summer, versus a picture from last week. So that's not really fair to compare.
Ms.
As
Wright,
we-
I'm sorry, how many more photographs do you have?
We have several, and I'd like to get through them.
Several being 5, several being 30.
Again, we could just kind of fly through them. The
That
fact
would
of
be
that
great.
matter is that my client has the right to present this testimony. The board should consider it, and it is
Though the
relevant.
board certainly has the obligation to consider all relevant testimony.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So we can go quicker. I just
Thank you.
want the board to see what it is they're looking at. And I just want to address one issue. Whether this is the association's property or not, the fact of the matter is that where my client resides, what it looked like at the time was a factor in their decision-making to purchase this home. And ultimately, the board can decide whatever they want to decide, and that's fair, and that is why you're up there, and we appreciate it. But I do think the board should see how these applications impact every single person that is residing and is directly impacted by them. So I just want to go through them. If you want me to have my client authenticate in each and every picture to waste the time, I can do that. Otherwise, we can just go through them.
Yeah. Can I
Madam
just
Chair.
say, I think it feeds on everything that's being said and relevant, right? So the fact that what you're showing right now as trees has nothing to do with the applicant. It's not on his property. It's
We
right?
haven't gotten
He
that
hasn't touched-
far.
I get it, but when you do get to that far, right? It's still, you're gonna show his property, what's on his property, but you haven't shown us before what relates to his property. Right? If so
It
far,
relates to
everything
my
has nothing
client's
to do with
property.
the applicant so far.
Okay, either
Okay?
way.
That's what I see. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm misinterpreting, but
I'm
you're
not
showing
actually
me
sure.
everything has nothing to do with him.
How does it not? This is what my client is
None of those
looking
trees
at.
belong to him. He didn't tear them down. He didn't do anything to that. Right?
I don't necessarily agree with that position, but can we just get through the rest of the
Okay.
photographs?
I just want to make sure it's going to be relevant. That's my only concern.
And that,
I think
listen, it's
everybody else
ultimately,
is too.
Mr., you're making the decision, so all I can do is present this.
Ms. Wright, to
Right.
your earlier point, the point you made a minute ago about authentication, my suggestion is, and obviously you've heard the attorney's board, is go through your photographs, and if there is a desire on the part of the board or Mr. Pfeffer to have any particular one authenticated, then they can ask for that.
That's fair. Again, I don't want to waste the board's time. I just want to get through it. So can we go to the next photograph, please? Mr. Anderson, is this a photograph from your second floor balcony?
Yes, it is.
And again, not for purposes of authentication, but for purposes of the board understanding what we're looking at here, approximately how many days did you take this photograph?
Same as the other ones, a couple days.
Okay, next. Who's
Could
hitting
we see the
button?
next photograph, please? Thank you.
Okay. Again, Mr. Anderson, is this a photograph you have taken in the most recent few days?
Correct.
Okay, and through the miscellaneous branches there, is that a tree that is on the applicant's property?
Yes.
To your understanding, is that a newly planted tree?
Yes.
Okay. Next photograph. This, and again, the board has expressed some position that this is not relevant, but in fact, what we're seeing here on the top is a picture that you testified was taken approximately 5-6 years ago, correct?
Correct.
And this is the bottom photo, same exact view, but what it looks like in the last few days, correct?
But in
Yep.
all fairness, you're talking
Right.
about a completely different season. We get the point you're trying to make, but you're comparing apples and oranges.
Well, it's not actually true, because these trees that are depicted here, that's what they look like all year round. It's not, the season doesn't matter anymore, they're dead.
Madam
Can
Chair.
I ask a
could I- So,
I have to tell you, seeing your son there in the backyard, he's in short pants, he's in a short sleeve shirt. It's obviously during the summer when the trees are all, have all their leaves. This comparison here, you have flowers in the top picture, which is obviously during warm weather when the trees are all fully leaved out, and your bottom picture depicts it now when everything is barren. My own backyard, I can't see my neighbors during the summer, but during the winter, I can see their house. There's no leaves on it.
I think that's a very fair point. Mr. Anderson, during August of last year, did your view out your back slider door look exactly like the bottom picture?
yes.
Next photo, please. Again, not trying to show the sun. I am trying to show, Mr. Anderson, from this perspective, where are we looking at? Is if in the, behind Ms. Logan, is that where the parking lot exists today?
Yes.
And that's what it previously looked like before construction?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. Next. Same photograph, different time of year, correct?
Correct.
Lots of trees. Next. Same photograph, same concept. Next. Is this your view of that parking lot today?
Yes.
Now, this is, in fairness, a closer-up photograph, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in the background there, well, not the background, but somewhat in the back, do we see the trees that the applicant has planted?
Barely.
Are they providing any type of a buffer between your view and the parking lot?
Negative.
Okay, next photograph. Same concept. Do you see one of the trees that the applicant planted?
Maybe on the left, I'm not sure.
Let me just ask, how long ago did you take this photograph?
Same as the other ones,
Okay.
couple days.
So we can just go ahead, flip to the next one. You can just go, so we can see what these look like without wasting the board's time. This is what they're looking at. Now, this right here, Mr. Anderson, again, did you take this photo just a couple of days ago?
Correct?
And these are the plantings that, to your understanding, that the applicant has planted?
Yes.
If you had to guesstimate, how far apart are these plantings?
Guess, 15 to 20 feet, maybe?
Okay, next photo.
But they have already testified that they'll be filling in more, that only 60% are installed at this time.
I understand, but even at 60%, this is pretty far apart.
It also seems though you have an issue with your own association,
Right.
not with the applicant. Like,
It's
listen,
interesting, we have an issue with the association.
okay, but
That's the takeaway from this, huh?
No, yeah, because
I mean,
if that's saying,
we get it. I mean, we get it, and we understand. There's no point of reference, though, when you're showing association trees versus the applicant's trees. The applicant said they're filling in, we got it. But as far as the association trees that are no longer there, how is that the applicant's even care or responsibility? Unless you're claiming the applicant destroyed the association's trees, is that your claim?
Not at all.
Well, then I don't understand where we're going.
Where
I mean,
we're
I just don't
going
get
is
it.
that the board, which I don't believe
We
any of
got
you
it.
were on- I'm not sure you do.
Oh,
because
really?
you're
Oh,
all
trust me, I do.
residents of Jackson. What these developments or these projects, how they impact the residents is something that you should be aware of. Ultimately, you can vote however you want, but you should be seeing exactly how this is impacting the residents. And this is not what my client bought. It's not what my client bought into. It's not what my client saw when they bought. And that's it.
Ms.
So
Reed.
ultimately, you can decide whatever you want to decide. But you should see the photographs. That's all we're asking.
I've seen the property.
Right,
I've
for-
toured it. I
for
think most of us have.
Oh, and if you were residing where my client lives, you'd be okay with this.
Okay, Ms. Wright, the board has made the point. You've said you have the right to present your case.
Right, and so
You
I'd
have
like
the
to
right
finish
do.
doing that.
You have chosen, in exercising that right, to have 34 photographs. I invite you to really move to the ones that you think are most relevant. And I don't think the board could be much clearer
I mean, the
regarding
board
its
was
thinking
pretty
here.
clear that they wanted to see how the applicant's property, this picture depicts the applicant's property.
Right.
So please move through the photographs.
Okay,
You wanna
so
use the
next, I mean,
photographs
listen,
that
if I
you-
could hit the button myself, I would.
I apologize. I'm gonna, just to make a point, I'm gonna ask you to go back to, I'm sorry, I apologize. But one of the before views, if you
I'm
could-
sorry?
Any one of the before, 5 years ago. Can we just go to one of those? And then I'll ask you a question.
You pretty much have to go all the way
Okay,
back to the
let-
beginning?
no,
Well,
no,
these are
no,
the
the
side
other one
views, so
was
what
fine.
view are you looking for?
Just go to
Any
number
one where there was
Anthony,
green, it
please.
was nice, it was beautiful, that's all you saw.
Anthony, go to number 1, please.
Number one is fine. Okay, so, right now, those trees there are blocking any view into the applicant's property, right? And
Well, it
so
was
if
all
that's-
woods, so yes.
If that still existed, whether he planted 20 trees there, 5 trees there, you wouldn't care, because you couldn't see them. That's the whole point, you couldn't see them.
That
you
is
couldn't s-
actually the
But you
point.
couldn't see him because of those trees that are there that have nothing to do with him. That's our point, and that's
Then-
my point, that why is this relevant? You couldn't see whether he had 20 or 5 in there, because those trees were blocking it, but that's not his.
Your issues with the
Again,
association.
there is a
Right.
border between the association property and the applicant's
Which
property.
you couldn't see. You couldn't
They
see
can
because
see
all
it
those trees
now,
there were,
in all due respect.
but that's not his problem.
And that, listen, that is your perspective. So let us get through the pictures.
Okay, get
And
through
then
the-
if you want to say, we
I-
don't care about
yeah,
your
I guess my
resident,
argument is it's
we
not
don't
just
care
my
what you
perspective.
see,
Not-
you have the right to
Got
vote
it.
for that.
I believe you were an
That's a
18.
mis-
for it.
That is a
Go for it.
mischaracterization, and I have to clear that for the
I'm not
record.
entirely sure that is a
Excuse me. As
mischaracterization.
residents of Jackson, we do care about the residents. What we're trying to
I
do-
actually, based on the
Excuse
last
me,
Excuse me,
meeting, thought that was
please
true.
do not interrupt the chairperson.
I apologize.
What we're saying is, and I understand what you're trying to show us, but what we're all trying to tell you in a very nice way, part of your problem is indeed with the association. Their trees are dead. Most of us, I can't speak for everyone, so I know a number of us, at least 4 of us, visited the property, took pictures, have videos. The trees on the applicant's side already testified and agreed to. I had notes that I was gonna ask you and put you on the spot. You admitted they're dead. You admitted that you're gonna be putting in more, and only about 60% are in. Now, that being said, let me be clear. That is a code enforcement issue. Should we approve it, that would be a code enforcement issue that they have to meet everything in that resolution. If we go ahead and approve this, that they have to be a certain height, they have to be a certain number, X. But I'm going to speak what most of them are all thinking. Well, a lot of your problems with your association, that stuff is dead. My husband is a landscaper and went on the ride with me. I said to him, I went by myself before, I need you to come look at something. He goes, where's the property line? Because it looks like the homeowners association, that 3 Pence trees are dead. So part of your problem, you're showing us these beautiful trees 5 years ago, but they don't exist anymore. Hence the reason, unfortunately, Mr. Anderson, you now see the building.
I think it's ironic that the board can articulate that argument so well and not tie in why all of the trees are dead.
If you
can't
want,
prove
I'm
that
sorry,
they're
yeah,
dead.
exactly. Ms. Wright, you are not sworn, you're an attorney, if you are going to bring an expert to testify as to the reason the association trees are dead, that is your right to do that, but that is not testimony that is currently before this board.
Fair enough. Can we just, we're close. Can we get through the rest?
Sure, what picture would you like to go back to?
Well, we're at 20, so you can just go to the next
And I
one.
apologize for bringing this back. I wanna
Again,
take that
Mr.
one.
Anderson, is this a photograph of a dead tree on the applicant's property?
That is right.
Is it offering any buffering between your property and this giant building?
Nope.
No, okay, next. Is that another picture of a dead tree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next. Is this a photograph of the plantings and depicting exactly how far the plantings on the applicant's property are from each other?
Yes.
Okay, next. Again, is this a photograph of what you see when you look out your sliding door?
Yep.
Okay, next. Again, I think this is a duplicate, no need. Again, another dead tree on the applicant's property. Can we go back to that one? Again, does this, nope, too far. If you had to guess between how far the distance between these trees are, what would you hazard a guess?
15 to 20 feet.
Okay, next. What are we showing here? Additional trees planted by the applicant? That one in the distance seems to be dead. But the applicant has testified they're going to replace all them, so that's okay. Next. Okay, you can keep going. I think these are all basically the same thing. And again, this is showing the side. And when you moved in, did it look like that?
Nope.
Were all of those trees dead?
Nope.
Okay. I think that's it. So, board members, I appreciate you hearing from us. I'm somewhat disappointed in terms of your lack or apparent lack of concern for the resident that is showing up. I'm speaking, you can respond. I'm not trying to insult you.
I'm not going to listen to that.
I have a question for Mr. Anderson. Maybe he represents himself better.
He's
Have you
represented
asked
by
your-
counsel,
have you
but he
asked
can
your
answer your question.
Homeowners Association to replace the trees?
I didn't hear a word you said, I'm sorry.
Have you asked your homeowners association to replace the trees that died?
Have I? No.
Have you asked them?
Have I? No.
Why not? It's their trees that are dead.
Because I'm too busy looking at this building behind my house.
Well, if they
But you're
replaced
looking
the
at the
trees,
building,
then you
sir.
would look at, wouldn't see the building.
In all due respect, if some of those had been replaced, you wouldn't be seeing that building as clearly as you do right now.
Madam Chair,
That's
Yes,
not
sir.
true.
Mr. Bressi?
I have to go back to the applicant for a second.
Okay.
Over the years, has there been any complaints from homeowners association that you've killed their trees or hurt their trees, or your actions damaged their trees? Has there been any expert testimony to your movement damaging those trees?
None to my knowledge.
And we've had enough testimony they belong to the homeowners association, and they have not complained to you neither.
Ms. Wright, if you'd like to complete your comments, preferably without maligning the board's intention.
I am never intended to malign the board, so I apologize if that was the perception. The fact of the matter is that the applicant built the project, got approval, and is now before this board looking for modification. We are simply asking that the board require the applicant to put more substantial buffering. I understand they have a plan. I understand that plan looks like it's going to be a lot of trees, but that's exactly what the last plan looked like. They have installed some trees. They are 10, 12, 15 feet apart. It is not offering any buffering for my client at all. Again, ultimately, we respect the board. We appreciate what you do. We appreciate that we're here. I just think that you should give a little bit more consideration to how the residents are perceiving this. And that's exactly what the photographs were depicted. So we do very much thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Pfeffer, do you have any questions of the witness?
No questions.
Thank you.
Just real quick summation. Again, I believe the amended plan that's proposed is pretty much in line with what was approved back in 2008 or so. It's just a little bit inside, it's on our property. We're going to comply with everything that's there. If the board engineer or the board members have additional comments or like to see something different, again, we believe we're in compliance with what would be required if we were here today. But again, I ask, as I indicated before, ignore what was planted a few months ago. That's not complete. We are asking for this plan to be approved. If this plan is approved, we will plant this plan, and we will not be able to get off our bonds until that is done and inspected and approved.
Any additional questions before I open it to the public?
Just one, for Mr. Borden, will you agree to work with the objector and their board to see if you can come up with some compromise?
Honestly, I'm not sure what that means. I mean, we have a proposed landscape plan.
If their board really cared, they would be here tonight.
That's true, too. That's true, too.
Again, we met with the Board Association representative, and this plan is, and that was verbal, I understand that, but what we have proposed here was consistent with the site visit. And I should note that the site visit was also attended by the township engineer, representative of T&M Associates was there as well.
Oh,
In November.
That's not the same as the residents. So what you're saying is that you're unwilling to add additional trees and...
I believe we intended with this plan, if you want me to add additional trees, I need to remove more trees to plant trees. We limited the clearing to the least extent possible in developing the site. So if you go back and look at those pictures, you can see in that picture up on the screen now, 34, the distance between the sidewalk there and the edge of the trees is not very large, and that's a spruce tree you see in the background, is right up against the tree line. So to add more trees, and that's going to be filled in again, as we've said multiple times, to add more trees, I'd have to create space to plant more trees.
How tall is that spruce tree?
I measured them today. The average is 6 feet tall.
And when was that planted?
They were planted in November
November of last year?
of 2024. As the board engineer said, the requirement of the evergreen screen plantings in Jackson is between a height of 5 and 6 feet. So I found in my inspection, and I am a forester, that those Norway spruces did meet the standard. The cypresses, the dead ones, were a little bit short, honestly, but they're mostly dead, so it doesn't matter. I intend to talk to my client about that to make sure that I think we might come up with an alternate species with them. I'll discuss that with the board engineer and the township forester.
Yeah, please, I'm asking you to, you know...
That's what we're doing. Mr. Hudak, that's what we do in every project. We're always looking to improve it. But to say, could you just plant more trees, there's no room to plant more. I have filled up this area with trees. If I plant them, understand this, and this is just a general statement, I'm sure the board members all are aware of this, and you can't just say plant the trees closer together, because what happens when you plant evergreen trees closer together is they self-prune, right? We've all been, where they're I can point to screening strips that I planted when I was the township forester 35 years ago of this town and Tom's River, that now the trees might be 30 feet tall. It makes me feel old when I see that. But the bottom 10 or 15 feet has no branches because they were planted too close together and they self-prune.
Understood. And the drought that we've had.
And I believe that's what, in my opinion, that's why those cypress trees have died, because recall, we had no rainfall from September through December, none. And they were planted at the tail end of that drought period. And the cypresses have shallow roots that are more prone to drought, which is why, again, I'd like to look at an alternate better spruce. The Norway spruce are doing fantastic, as evidenced in that picture.
Now, you've taken a little different tact here than you were before. Before you were like, this is the plan, this is what we're doing, and that's that. And now I see that you're a little bit more flexible.
Well, I think we're always, I
appreciate it.
I understand, thank you. I'm just saying that we need to simply add more trees, we'd have to remove more trees.
Understood.
To improve what we've done, we're always looking to do that. We're always willing to accept suggestions as well.
No additional questions?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I have one. I don't. So last time, one of the issues was the size, right? And you had mentioned, hey, 6 feet, that's what we were asked to do. You had shown a nice picture where the trees were a little bigger, right? There was more buffer because, you know. So my question is, I don't know if you remember that.
I didn't show any pictures.
Not a, it was like a drawing or something. Anyway, how long, from your experience, and I think how long would it take that spruce 6 foot to grow to something that's a little more puffed out, larger? Is it 5 years, 10 years, 50, 30 years? How long before it becomes something?
The thicker the tree, the slower it'll grow vertically. A Leland cypress tree, for example, will grow a couple feet a year. But as you can tell from those pictures, they're very compact in size, and they don't have quite the same buffer. So as many things in life, there's a trade-off.
Right.
The Norway spruce, which are very robust in bulk, in breadth, grow a little more slowly. I would say Norway spruce will grow about 6 inches a year.
6 inches, okay. Yeah.
Vertically.
Thank you. Obviously, the reason I'm asking, and I don't think it is your responsibility for that, is how long would it take for those to grow so it looks something like the before pictures that were shown
Oh,
before?
yeah, that would take,
Although
that would take 30 years. But I think the point
It's
is...
not your responsibility.
No, I understand, but I think I understand the point of the buffer, and the point of the buffer is not to hide the building. That's where architecture comes in. That's where the design of the building comes in. What it's intended to buffer is the activity of the building, which is the cars and the people, right? And they're 6 feet or less, unless you're me, a little more.
Thank you.
I would agree with that statement. The buffer's intended to limit the noise, the lighting, any kind of activity more on the ground level, and soften the view of the building.
Through the chair.
Any additional?
Yeah. There's one question, and not really related specifically to the buffering, but as I left this site, I noticed that I had a very hard time pulling out, that there was a big, I don't know, about 8 foot by 4 foot sign, like right at the roadway. Could you elaborate, or, I don't believe in the resolution there's any kind of approvals.
I had the same thing when I left the site. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Could we get rid of that?
That's a temporary sign.
Yeah, it's temporarily not safe, so.
I can advise my, point well received. I will advise my client.
Thank you. Given that Mr. Pfeffer has given his summation, there's no additional questions from members of the board. I'm going to open it to the public. Anyone wishing to come forward and make a statement about the testimony they've heard this evening regarding this application? You can come forward, ma'am.
I'm sorry, ma'am, can I ask you to, it's part of the process, raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you'll be given before the board will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And will you say your name for the record?
My name is Cindy Strong. I
Ms.
live at,
Strong, excuse me, I'm not being rude. Could you just pull the microphone down? Thank you.
also, this is the first time ever speaking in a meeting like this. I'm very nervous. Cindy Strong, S-T-R-O-N-G. I own the townhouse at 45 Schilling Way in 3 Pence Brook, and I bought my townhouse in April of 1992, so it's 33 years. when I bought my townhouse, there was a fully wooded area behind my house. And I don't know how you can get that picture back up, but the very first one, sure. But anyway, but can I put a video into evidence? Can somebody put my video up? I took a video 2 days ago, March 31st, 2025. So I was wondering, can you put that up?
I can't answer if it's technically possible. How long is the video?
Oh, it's short, it's short. And I'm no camera woman, so it's very,
I don't know. Anthony, is that something you can do?
can your IT person do that?
Excuse me. Question for the chair, for the attorney? Doesn't that need to be submitted 10 days in advance?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
It's 55 seconds.
And correct, you
anyway,
could just describe for
Yes.
us.
What I did is I went over to the new building, and I took a video from the parking lot of the new building, so you could see the backs of our townhouses. And if the Andersons live on Forge Court, I feel terrible for them, because they have the worst part of what happened. See, this gentleman over here said something about the trees are 6 feet tall. I'm 5'2", and none of those trees are as tall as me. And every other tree planted is either dead or dying. So you're never going to create what was there before. There was beautiful woods there. And from the pictures, it may look to you like everything's dead. There's a little bit of green coming out on the trees. So if the trees are dead, how do we know they're not dead? Because the rest of the forest was taken down, and it's very wet back there. It's wet on the grass behind my house. So how do we know that the builder pulling down all these trees and not replanting trees isn't causing
So
that problem?
this board does not have testimony either way from an expert as to why. If the HOA believes that that is their cause, then that would be a separate thing that they could pursue however they saw fit. But there is no testimony on the causation of the HOA trees dying before this board, only speculation.
So I would have had to pay somebody to come and look at that and tell us that. I don't know how this works.
In order for the board to conclude that this applicant's work and the trees that they put on there and their site clearing had killed the HOA's trees, you would need an expert to put that testimony on.
Yeah, it's too bad because you can't put my video up, because this man said that there was no, and I'm sorry, I missed the very beginning of the meeting, so I don't know your name or your status or what you are, a lawyer, whatever. But if you could see my video, you would see there's plenty of room to plant trees on the building side. I mean, the association could plant trees on the 3-pin side, but we would lose a lot of our grass. It's not that much, non-wooded area, because when we moved there, everything was wooded behind us. So there's only a little bit of grass back there if you want to take away our grass and tell us to plant trees. But I don't understand why the builder doesn't have to replant the trees.
The builder has to plant the trees on their plan, assuming it's approved. Mr. Borden, what is the total number of those trees?
Honestly, I don't know, but you basically agreed with our request. We're proposing to plant the trees on our property.
But you said 60% of the trees were planted. So even if you replant the dead trees, what we were looking at is less than 50%.
It's the same.
Is up there. So even if you planted a few more trees, it's still not going to block out that building. And at night, we see the lights from that building and the parking lot. It's very bright. The light shines into our bedroom windows because we lost our woods. So I don't understand, like in how Jackson, builders are allowed to take down so much of the woods and not replant. I don't really understand that.
Is there another point that you'd like to make, ma'am?
No, I just wish you could look at my video, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Just real quick, I don't know, I have to do it, just in response. Anthony, if you just go to the first exhibit, we brought up the aerial map, which shows the building up. I just want to point out, the applicant, no, the aerial number. No, oh, yeah, there you go. It's like, the builder only cleared, I want to say, 50% of the property. The other trees didn't die. Those trees have been along, they've been there the whole time. So to say that our clearing is what caused killing trees, I don't think that's really fair. Second of all, I want to point out the reason why, if anyone's, again, I don't think anybody, the board members were here when this application was approved, there were wetlands. This property is encumbered by wetlands. So to say that the grass is wet, yeah, there were wetlands in the area. That's why the property is so far set back and is kind of, you know, it meanders all the way to the right corner. So there's a lot of factors that went into this when it was approved. So.
Honestly, we've seen pictures from 5 years ago, and then we've seen pictures from last week. I would love, out of just human curiosity, to see pictures 2 years ago, right when you started building. What did it, the whole operation? I mean, to see, because I mean, these people are claiming, which seems unrealistic, but it seems that you guys are claiming that the applicant killed your trees on the association. So, and there's, honestly, there's just no proof of that.
We agree.
Is there anyone else wishing to come forward regarding this application? Seeing no one else come forward, we're going to close public session. Board, it's up for us to, it is up to us for discussion. Excuse me.
Yeah, and just to clarify, and we've had a lot of discussion about this and a lot of testimony. It is simply an application for an administrative approval to change the plan. The existing plan, for reasons that seem lost in Mr. Time, had the buffer being planted on property that is not owned by the applicant. So that is not a feasible way to proceed. In the absence of written proof that the neighboring property, the Three Pence property, agreed to that, that is not a viable plan. So the plan does need to change. There's been a plan proposed, and you've heard the testimony. Mr. Pfeffer is correct that in order to, this is a bonded project, in order to get out of the bonds, the project would have to be done correctly in accordance with any proposed plan. And as the chairperson said, if in the future the trees were to die, that would be a matter for code enforcement. So I just wanted to frame that for you. It's been a lot of testimony, but it's a fairly simple application.
Thank you. Mr. Bressi?
Oh, no, I'm just ready to make a motion.
Oh, make a motion. If somebody wants to discuss, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion based on the objectives, views, and pointing out, helping me understand that the trees that were apparently lost, that the person's lost their view, their pretty trees, belonged on their property. It was the homeowners association tree. Based on the homeowners association not coming forward all these years with a complaint that their work was damaging their trees, and with the new landscape plan meeting the township requirements, and they're having to meet with to complete it and stay, code enforcement and so forth, I make a motion to approve.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments, questions, issues?
I think we've discussed it enough.
Okay, I'm giving everybody a chance, that's all. All right, seeing that there's no other comments, we have a motion, a second on the floor. Roll call, please. Mr. Mr. Such won't vote. I had to count, sorry.
Mr. Bressi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyman?
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein?
Yes.
Mr. Hudak?
Yes.
Ms. Rosal?
Yes.
Mr. Martins?
Yes.
Ms. Bradley?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. We are, yeah. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, John Jackson, JJJ Law Firm, on behalf of Howling Farm. I'm here this evening with many of our supporters. You'll recall last time Jillian McClear from my office was here, and she started the application. I was disappointed in Jillian. She wouldn't come out tonight because she's due on April 11th. And yesterday was her last day at work, so you're stuck with the downgrade having me tonight, so I apologize for that. So we're here this evening, and we have some of our supporters. We're going to just do a quick review with Colleen Case, who's seated to my left. She's going to give a very brief overview of what her testimony was last time. Then we're going to have Mr. Bill Stevens. He is the engineer and planner. He is going to respond to your professionals' letters with the professional testimony. I have no doubt that the board recalls from last time, we are a wolf dog farm. We're essentially an animal rescue. We need a D variance being in the zone that we're in. This is a use that has evolved as a labor of love over the last 20 years. We believe that this is a great community resource and asset, and we're hopeful that the board will view it that way and give us an approval. So with your permission, if I may remind Ms. Case that she's still under oath unless you want to re-administer the oath. If satisfactory. So can you please, Colleen, just take over and just give the board just a quick review.
Of course. Howling Woods Farm has been educating the public on wolves and wolf dogs while dispelling the harsh myths about them for over 10 years. We have also been a safe haven for rescued and unwanted wolf dogs for just as long. We have saved countless wolf dogs that were on the verge of being put down just because they are part wolf and provided every dog with vet care, proper diet, and socialization. The farm is only one of 13 rescues for these animals in the country and gives them a second chance at life, while most wolf dogs aren't so lucky due to shelters not being equipped to properly house them. Majority of our animals are ambassadors for their wild counterparts and make good impressions on the younger and older generation about wolves. Over the years, we have hosted the following events, such as Military Appreciation Day, where veterans and active duty members can bring their families free of charge to come meet our wolf dogs and learn about them. We have also provided off-site educational programs for schools, libraries, and senior homes. We have given tours to special needs children, adults, where they get to pet and learn about our animals. We have given tours to young adults that are enrolled in substance abuse rehabilitation programs. We have had countless successful adoptions through our rescue program. I have seen some of our guests be brought to tears from hearing their howls. We have had guests come from as far as Australia to come meet our animals. We are also currently rated higher than Six Flags Great Adventure through TripAdvisor. Howling Woods Farm offers a unique experience to the state of New Jersey to get to know one of the most misunderstood animals on the planet through an educational and interactive experience.
Thank you. I'll just go over here so we can both use the microphone, if that's okay. Can we please go to page 6 of our PowerPoint presentation? So, Colleen, the reason why I stopped on page 6, wolf dogs are very gentle and docile, right?
Correct.
They're really don't have any kind of a mean bone in their body, so to speak. Can you
No,
please just elaborate on that?
Yes, of course. Wolf dogs, if anything, the most undesirable behavior that they have is the shyness that they have from being part wolf. They are not unpredictable animals. People assume because they're part wild animal that they're going to act as such, and that is not the case. Wolves in the wild, and this is what we talk about on our educational tours, are actually very fearful and timid animals. So a lot of our rescues that we get come through our center are very shy, and it takes them sometimes several months to warm up to people. But aggression is not something that they show. I've been here for over 9 years and never feared for my life or anything like that.
And you've had many people come through, and there's never been any kind
Yes,
of an issue?
we've had many people come through of all ages. We've had the elderly come through
Go to
programs.
slide 3, please. Slide 3, please. So this is an
Yes,
example?
that's a big bad wolf right on that slide there. So they'll aggressively give you kisses, our animals.
So I just want to, one of the things that Mr. Stevens will address, there's questions about fencing and the height of fence, et cetera. Can you just describe the fencing and what the importance of it is?
Of course. All of our enclosures are made out of cattle panel, which is a really durable material. We don't have wooden fencing that they could chew through or anything like that. Everything is safely constructed. We have double gated areas in case an animal does sneak out their enclosure, which doesn't happen, but they would be in another enclosed area outside of that.
So if we can go to, I guess page 14 would be perhaps a good example where we could see the enclosure of the safety in the background. Okay, can you just tell us, is that the type of fencing that you have?
Yes, yes, it's a very natural looking fencing, I think. And the animals are really content living with us. We really don't have any animals even attempt to want to escape. The truth is, sometimes if we take animals for a walk on the property, they'll want to go right back in their enclosure. That's like their comfort zone. So a lot of our animals are most comfortable inside their enclosures.
So a big part of the mission, and we have a room full of volunteers and supporters here. Does it become something that's very important communal, where you build relationships with the people who come in and help take care of the animals, et cetera? If you could just elaborate briefly upon that.
Yes, definitely. We have actually many work groups come and do volunteer projects, cleaning up the facilities and things like that. We have Bank of America come. We hold something with the volunteers that they help out with every Christmas. We do photos with Santa, and people will come bring their families to take a picture with the wolf dog and a volunteer dressed as Santa Claus. We do fundraising events. We've also provided scholarships to Jackson high schools as well.
All right, Colleen, thank you very much. That's just an overview, just to kind of refresh the memory from Colleen's testimony last time, which was, took a little bit of time. So with your permission, if there's no further questions of Colleen, I'd like to call Mr. Bill Stevens.
Profit?
Yes.
Or is this a business, a home business?
Colleen can address that.
Yes, I can address it. We're a 501c3, so we are a nonprofit.
Okay.
And that's set out right in our PowerPoint, and that's an important thing. This is a nonprofit. It's a labor of love, and the salaries are just to help the people get by, and it's funded all by donations, correct?
Yes, correct.
I think what we'd like to hear is most of what we heard were testimonials to all the good that Mr. Hodendish does and his helpers do, and everybody here agrees with it. But we're a land use board, and our decision has to be based on the land use laws of town, and I hope you would get more into that.
Yes, Mr. Stevens will address that. Just to, spoiler alert, we are in a farm zone. It's a very rural area. We think that this has a lot more in common with an agricultural use than anything else. It's animals that kept there. The fences are very natural. It's a wildlife habitat, essentially. We think it fits right in with the agricultural zone. But you'll hear that from Mr. Stevens, because as opposed to me, he has the actual qualifications that allows him to make that opinion. It's evolved over the last, Colleen?
Yes, we have been operating since 2010.
It's the type of thing where Mr. Stevens can address this. The zoning officials have essentially said, you're there. It's time to make this legitimate, for lack of a better term, to get the actual approval in place for it. I'm not aware of any complaints. There were? The zoning officer, yeah, the zoning officer, just as part of his routine duties, made a notation of it and said, you're running this operation, you're having guests, it's in the zone that doesn't exactly fit. we think it would be a good idea if you came in front of the board to get the appropriate approval for it. So, and we have our motorcycle club next door. You'll see they have wolves on their T-shirts. They're our neighbor. And we're, you know, when you go to the aerial view, if you could look on page 2. They were pets. Well, that we've withstood the test of time. The fact that we've been under the radar for that length of time, I respectfully submit that that is something the board could draw a favorable inference from. We think we're an important part of the fabric of the community at this stage. So we're hopeful the board sees that too after our proofs. So the reason I put that up, I don't know why that's black and
Mr.
white.
Jackson, excuse me. So what you're saying is that up until now, you do not have any permits or approvals, and that's why you're here today?
Yes, it evolved as a farm, and they just started taking in rescue animals, and it just kind of evolved without any thought that there was anything improper about it. Because like I said, it certainly has elements of a farm.
Any additional questions? Mr. Jackson, Mr. Stevens?
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Cipriani.
I just want to know if there are any questions from the public for this witness? No, okay.
Want a seat there? You could sit next to Colleen. This way Colleen, slide over a little so you don't get sick. First and foremost, big apologies. I have a terrible cold. I'm trying to stay away from everyone. In this case, caring is not sharing.
Was Mr. Stevens also previously sworn?
I was not.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And if you could state your name and give your credentials to the board.
I'd be happy
Not in
to.
terms.
William Stevens, S-T-E-V-E-N-S. I am the Vice President of Professional Design Services. I am a professional engineer and a professional planner licensed to practice here in the state of New Jersey. And I've been appearing in that capacity in front of this board for more than 30 years, closing 40.
Mr. Stevens, this board accepts your credentials. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And good evening. Mr. Stevens, I see you have notes and an outline. Can you please just give the board an overview of the application? What zone are we in? What's there? How has it evolved? And what approvals do we seek? And then we'll go into your detailed zoning analysis. I'd be happy to. So the applicant in this case is seeking a D1 use variance to allow the existing wolf dog refuge to remain. The farm is meant to be a refuge for wolf dogs that require a facility such as this in order to live out their best lives. The property is located along West Veterans Highway, as we can see on the aerial photograph that we now have up on the board. You got it, or you want me to do it? Oh, go ahead. It's fine. So the property is located along West Veterans Highway to the north, east to our right, west to the left. Hawken Road is just off the map to our left. The farm itself, Howlingwoods Farm, is located here. And then perhaps what you see more from the road is our neighbor, the Rugged Cross Motorcycle Club, located next door. Directly across the street, there is a pool supply company now. The property that we're looking at is in the RD zone. It's approximately 10 acres, the farm itself. It is bordered mostly by Collier's Mills, starting along our eastern property line and then running towards the back. The wooded area in the other back parts of the property back up to homes that are located out along Hawken Road, but there's nothing that's close to the farm or that's cleared there. The only part of the farm that really has any development in it at all is basically located in our northwest corner here, really adjacent to the motorcycle club property. That is where the development of this property is. Mr. Stevens, what zone are we in? And is there any particular use permitted in that zone that we're comparable to? And please just start off with that. So the property is located in the RD zone. The RD zone generally permits residential housing. That's really what it is meant to be at a low density, 3.8 acres, if I remember correctly. And that is what is generally permitted within the RD zone. The property located across the street is in the neighborhood commercial zone, which is why there are commercial uses located across the street. Thank you. Would you describe this as, you know, a rural setting, like almost like a farm setup? It is a very rural setting. We were trying to get some people out to the farm unsuccessfully. I do encourage everyone to go and to see it. It really is something special. They've won me over. I really appreciate what they do at Howling-Woods Farm. I believe it to be a safe and well-run facility, and I think it is something really special that we have here in Jackson Township. I think it is. Those of you who know me well know that I'm very involved in our locally here in Jackson Wounded Warriors projects, as well as working with handicapped children. And Howling-Woods constantly brings their animals out to these events, and you can just see the joy in the people when they see these animals. It makes a difference. This is a very unusual case that we're bringing before you, but it is something that is really interesting, and I would encourage everyone who hasn't been there to see it to schedule a tour and go and see it.
So, Mr. Stevens, in terms of our improvements that are there, can you just give a general description of them?
I'd be happy to. I don't know what number it is. Anthony, could you put the site plan up?
So the site plan would be on page...
It's towards the back, I think.
16 or so.
17.
17. Thank you.
So in looking at the site plan, what we have in our northwestern corner is an existing home and a detached garage. That is Mr. Hodanish's home. That is where he lives. He is the owner of Howling-Woods Farm, and he lives on the farm as his primary residence. There's a driveway that comes off of West Veterans Highway that accesses his garage and also leads you into a gravel area, which we see here shaded on our map, that's used for guest parking when people come to visit the farm. There is also an area, basically it's a retail store, we'll call it, and an office area located in the center of the site. And then the main pens for the site are located in this area. And then there's a big exercise and play yard that runs out into the back. Although the trees aren't cleared, it's in the woods, but it's a place for the animals to run and to play, and a place for visitors to come and visit with the wolves.
So this place has a very wooded feel, right? It's like a forested area for the most part.
It is, yes. It is very rural, very wooded, hard to really see anything from the road. If you don't go into the facility, you wouldn't realize what was happening there.
All right, so please continue with your analysis and your outline.
So in addition to seeking the D1 use variance, we are also seeking a waiver of providing a site plan for this facility. We are not proposing any improvements to this facility. We are looking to leave it just as it presently exists. The way the property is set up, it works for the applicant, and it does not pose any safety issues. And the site improvements, while they are informal, they work. I would say that this facility functions a lot like some of our local farm markets do. So we're not proposing to have any site improvements whatsoever. As I said earlier, the property is in the RD zone, and the home that Mr. Hodanish lives in by your tax records was constructed in 1936. I just want to get the year right. It was constructed in 1936. So the home itself predates the Pinelands and Jackson Township land use rules. There were some comments certainly in your planner's review letter, I don't recall if they were in your engineer's letter as well, about having the scenic corridor setbacks here in the RD zone, because that is a function when we have new development in the RD zone. But in my opinion, we should be looking at this property as it would have to provide the 80-foot front yard setback, which is what was the prior setback before the scenic corridor zones. The house itself is set back at roughly 80 feet
One of the corners of the house is 6 inches over that. It's at 79.5. If the board wants to call that out as a pre-existing non-conforming variance, then the applicant would seek that variance, and the 6 inches out of the 80 feet is certainly something we could all agree is de minimis. There are 2 structures that are shown on our plan, one of which is a trailer and one of which is a shed that's located in the middle of our guest parking area. They are in front of the 80-foot setback of the existing home, and the applicant is going to remove the trailer that is there and relocate the shed that's located forward of that 80 feet to somewhere back behind the 80-foot setback. There is quite a bit of talk in both of the review letters talking about parking for the facility. So when the volunteers or the staff come, they all park at Mr. O'Danish's house. He's got a driveway here that's set back some, let me get that number right. The garage itself is set back 142, almost 143 feet. So there's ample parking for the staff, volunteers, and Mr. Hodanish to park. That is where they park. And then when guests come, they park in the gravel area located to the east of the existing home and in front of what we're calling the office and retail store.
So, Mr. Stevens, you heard the testimony and you're familiar with the operations where it's small groups that come in basically on a scheduled basis, kind of intermittently. This isn't like an attraction where it's got regular hours, right? This is all by appointment and custom small groups. Is that a fair paraphrase of what our operations are?
That is a fair paraphrase. If the board will recall, as part of our prior testimony, the farm doesn't accept visitors just on random. You can't walk onto the farm random and go and visit. You have to schedule an appointment there. You can only schedule an appointment over the phone. They don't take internet appointments, so they know who's coming to the farm. They know when they're coming, so that they can plan for the volunteers to be ready to greet them, to make sure that they can access the site safely, have a place to park, and then interact with the wolves, which is why everyone is coming here in a safe and efficient manner.
And when the tours occur, a tour guide, a representative is right there with them, and they walk through, they go to the different areas, and there's a little routine they go through. That's fair?
It is fair, yes. Mr. O'Danish, when we first took this case, insisted that we come for a tour, and I wanted to myself, being an outdoorsman and familiar with his operation. I wanted to see it too because I knew I would be here trying to explain it to you, and I wanted to understand. So we actually went on one of his tours, and yes, very efficient, very well run, very professional. There's people that guide you through the entire process, make sure that you safely enter the site and safely leave the site.
So the point I'm getting to in a roundabout way with this is you described the parking lot, you described the parking area, you described the garage, you said there's plenty of room. We're seeking a site plan waiver. It's kind of a rural, old school type, compared to a farm stand. Does that work for our particular business model? And if so, if you believe so, please explain how that works.
I think in this case that it does work. I mean, the board is very familiar with the facility. They drive past, and at times you will see there are cars there, but there's never cars overflowing out onto the county road. I drive by there all the time. My daughter lives right down the street, so I'm in this neighborhood constantly. I have never seen cars parked out on West Veterans Highway as part of this facility. So I would say that, yes, the model that the applicant has put together works for this facility.
And being that we're on the edge of a wildlife area and we're in a rural zone, does it work to not have site lighting, to not have curbs, to not have sidewalks, to not have striped parking areas? Does that all fit in the character of the zone? And if you agree, please explain.
Well, it does. I mean, we're trying to keep this as a rural facility. The whole idea of it is that it is a farm and it's a place to come and be part of nature and to learn more about wolf dogs and what they mean to our environment.
And most of all, our use is that of a sanctuary. Is that also true? This is a place where these dogs can be sheltered and taken care of, et cetera.
That is correct, yes.
So it's not just the function of allowing people to learn about wolf dogs, it's also taking care of them and saving them from, people who can't handle
Through
them.
the chair, since you're moving on, I just had a question about the parking. This would be to our professionals. Do the zoning laws in town and the ordinances require a certain number of spots in an area like this, or for this type of business? And if so, do they have to be marked, or is a waiving?
I'm not going to avoid your question. I'm going to ask you to ask Mr. Stevens
Yes.
to answer a question about his design, and I'm happy to confirm or deny.
Okay.
Just for our record, I'm not testifying for the applicant. Let Mr.
Okay.
Stevens tell you.
Just asking if you knew whether we had it.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Stevens. Please address the,
So generally, Dr. Hofstein, what we have on site, normally during an average day, we'll have approximately 10 people working on the farm that will be parked at Mr. Hodanish's house, and those cars fit. And then as the guests are brought into the site, we'll have a maximum 15 cars which fit in the gravel parking area. Is it like parking at Walmart? No, it isn't, but it's done so purposely also because we're trying to keep this rural character. I mean, in my opinion, parking for any kind of facility is necessary when you're going to bring the public in, but it also should meet the intent and purpose of the plan that you're trying to put forth. We don't want this to look like Walmart, I guess is what I'm really trying to say.
So you have a maximum number that you can accommodate in the parking area?
Yes. Oh, no, that's absolutely very true, Dr. Hofstein, and the farm controls how many people come. They know who's coming, and they know when they're coming.
Okay, thank you.
So just to follow up on Dr. Hofstein's question to Mr. Stevens, there's not a particular parking standard in the Jackson Township Land Use Ordinance for this specific use. The specific use isn't permitted because it's simply not listed in our code. That notwithstanding, I think you got testimony from Mr. Stevens that says, we regulate the number of vehicles on the site to satisfy any parking need that the board might determine. So if board members recall, at the end of our parking standard says if there's not a specific characterization of the use, the board shall use the best judgment, similar uses, that sort of language. So in this particular case, if the board finds that Mr. Stevens and the operator's testimony was sufficient, then you can make a recognition that in a rural area, we decided not to put in, as Mr. Stevens called it, a Walmart parking lot. However, there could be a limitation in the board's approval to the number of vehicles or the number of patrons or the number of participants at the site based upon the number of parking spaces they can safely fit without coming back to us for a site plan. So I think you're on the right track. I think we just need to get a little more testimony to say, okay, this is what you're going to do, this is the limit of what you're going to do. And if you decide to go past that limit, then you may have to come back here and get something more formal from the board in terms of site plan improvements. Okay? Thank you.
Can I just follow up?
Yes, Mr. Martins.
I think I got it, and I think I heard it, but just to be absolutely clear, I'll use your analogy of the Walmart parking lot with all the markings and stuff. So Jackson has no ordinance that says your parking has to look like Walmart. You need all those markings. You have to have that on there, right? That's what our expert just explained to me, or somebody? That's what you say. You don't have to have it look like Walmart.
That would be correct, Mr. Martins.
Okay.
We have many uses here in town that don't have that, and it's, judged on a application-by-application basis.
Okay, great. And then one other thing. I think I heard, so Jackson, for this very particular special use, nowhere is there a good zoning code that says, yeah, you could do this.
No, Mr.
Right?
Martins.
It's just not allowed. Well, we never thought of it probably, right?
Right, it's not contemplated because it is just such an unusual use.
Okay, that's good. That's all. Thank you.
Yes,
If I may, just, there's the one most similar parking requirement that I found in the code was for animal care facility, which has a requirement of 1 space for every 400 square feet of gross floor area. And based off my calculation for the building area, that would require 8 parking spaces on the site, where the applicant has 15 for the guests.
And this is, we would respectfully submit, not an animal care facility. It's not a veterinarian's office in any way, shape, or form. So we think, you know, it's really nothing like that use. So we'll, you know, address it that way.
Moving on, talking about utilities for the site. So the existing home that's Mr. Hodanish's home is serviced by a septic system and by a well. The well on my site plan is shown straddling the property line. It was called out by one or both of your professionals. I'm sorry, I don't recall. My surveyors went back out, measured it. Really is just a drafting thing. The well is on our property. It's 1.1 feet from the property line to the well itself. So it is on the well, or it is on our property, I'm sorry. We talked about the 2 structures that are located forward of the 80 feet, the shed and the trailer, which one is to be relocated, one is to be removed. There are questions from both of your professionals, and this is interesting actually, about this fenced area that's located in the eastern part of our site along Collier's Mills. That is not part of the wolf sanctuary. What it is Mr. Hodanish put this fence up to protect some native wildflowers that are growing in that area that he is fond of. So it's meant to keep animals out and allow these wildflowers to grow. That is what it's for. But it just speaks to what they're trying to do here at Howling Woods Farms, and it goes on from, you know, bird feeders, bird houses, bat houses, trying to improve the land for the natural wildlife. It really is part of what they're about.
Through the chair, just a
Yes,
question.
Mr. Hyman.
Just could you clarify, I understand that there's an office and then there's a retail site, and you mentioned the trailer which is going to be removed and a shed. Are those uses, the office and then the retail site, are those in those facilities? Where are those located?
I'm not sure I understand the question. So the shed that's located out in front of, let's call it forward of the house line of 80 feet, it's located in the middle of the guest parking area. What I'm saying is that if the board were to agree with me, and I'm hopeful that you will, that we should establish an 80-foot front yard setback for this site, and that shed should be relocated beyond the 80-foot front setback.
So what is that shed used for? Because I believe that there was testimony last time that there's an office and then there's a retail site.
So the shed that's located in the front is simply used for storage. The office and the retail site located basically in the center. To see it would be important because it is small. The retail portion of this is maybe 500 square feet. The office is smaller. And what is it for? It's for bringing guests into the farm. When you first come onto the farm, it's where you go into. You go into this part of the facility where you're instructed on how to interact with the wolves. And you go in the one door and you go out the other, out the back door of the facility, and they'll take you through the wolf preserve, and then you come back to this facility where you leave. And a lot of times, people have things that they shouldn't have on them, dangly jewelry or
A ham sandwich in their pocket.
ham sandwich, fake fur, Colleen is saying to me. I remember there was a whole list of, we went with some attorneys from John's office, some of his female colleagues, and they had all kinds of things that had to stay in the store until we came back.
You know, you can't have wool because it turns out wolves like wool.
Yeah, no wool.
You know, they'll put their snout right in your pocket and take it out. They won't harm you, but it's you know, you don't want the wolf's snout in your pocket trying to take out
So
something.
really what I'm getting to is, I'm just trying to understand what this structure is, to know whether we have 2 principal uses, or is it
Yeah, it's really a staging area, like Mr. Stevens said, where you muster and gather and get ready for your tour, and you get your education, you meet your tour guide, and there are some T-shirts and some, what's the word?
Stuffed
little
animals.
things, souvenirs. But it's very, very minor. It's not the type of thing, a retail store where people would come in general. You know, Colleen, is that
So
correct?
if you could just, let us know, is this a principal, it's two principal uses, what are you proposing here?
Well,
this
that's a
the
very
structure
astute
being?
observation. There is a retail component, but we think that is a accessory to the, to the use that we're proposing, which really defies definition. It's a wolf sanctuary that's a residence that allows part-time guided tours. So.
Well, it's
again-
primarily a residence, so,
I'm sorry?
it's primarily a residence.
Yeah,
and
it's
then-
Mr. Hednish's house, and he has this passion took the wolves in, or the wolf dogs in, to rescue them, and as part of that, it evolved into, letting the dogs go to schools and go to the Air Force and go, in
Correct.
various
So-
places.
So to me, it looks like there's two principal uses here.
I
As I'm trying to understand
respect
what
that,
your
and-
testimony is.
I think that's a pretty astute observation.
I would agree. It is just important for the board to understand, though, that let's say the retail and office operation really functions as one. However, people can't come into the store from off the street. It's only for guests that are invited to the farm.
So that might be good. Mr. Stevens, I want to jump over to something that Mr. Peters had mentioned about when something is not identified in a zone. And I'm going to read you something, particular suitability under the Medici case. For a non-inherently beneficial use, which use is not listed in the ordinance, the applicant must prove that the property is particularly suitable for the proposed use. This goes beyond showing that the property can accommodate the use. It requires demonstrating that there's a unique fitness between the land and the proposed use, often due to the property's location, size, shape, topography, and other distinctive characteristics. The applicant may need to show why the specific site is especially appropriate for the unlisted use compared to other properties in the municipality. Would you say that this is a custom fit for that Medici standard, that this use defies any kind of characterization and it's a great spot for it? And if you agree with that, please just elaborate.
I would say that both things are really true. This use almost does defy definition. It's not going to be found in land use ordinances because it's not often proposed. But this site is uniquely suited to this use in that it is rural and remotely located, having been bordered on two sides by our Colliers Mills Wildlife Management Area. It is particularly well suited for this use.
And even with, the fences that we saw in the exhibit, they're, it's a wire fence. It blends right in with the forest. I mean, can you see that from a number of feet away? And is that great for this type of a rural, a rural area?
I think that it is. The Howling Woods Farm is called a farm, and when we drive by it on the street, that's what it looks like. It looks like a farm.
So it's not behind a stockade, barricade fence or anything like that? It blends right in with the forest?
It does, yes.
All right, so I hope I've answered your question. So is there anything else in your analysis? I know we have to take a look at the letters. I want to try to...
I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson, just before that, I just want to return to what Mr. Hyman was asking, just because I feel like there was a suggestion that there were two principal uses and one accessory use. I want to be clear on what the principal uses are. Are you saying that the sanctuary and the residence are the principal uses and the store is the accessory use? I just wasn't clear on how you were presenting that.
Bear with me for 1 second. So what we saw in our notice, a D-use variance to continue the existing use of the property as a wolf dog animal rescue and a public education facility. The applicant uses this property to provide educational learning experiences to the public about wolf dogs and wolf dogs as a rescue sanctuary for the same. So that's what we're seeking use for. There's a home mixed in with that, but that we would submit as accessory to this overall use as a sanctuary. So to Mr. Stevens' point, and under the Medici standard, I don't think you're going to see a zoning definition of that use anywhere in the country. We think those uses are all subsumed within the major use. It's difficult to take something unusual like this and put it in a resolution, but as Mr. Stevens described it, it has a residence, it has the sanctuary, and it does have a public education component as well.
Thank you.
Through the chair, again, just to clarify, you keep mentioning the Medici case. I'm just trying to understand, that's when specifically you want to, the suitability is specific for this property, that much I could understand. My question really was the principal uses. You're having multiple uses here. What are the principal, what are the accessory uses?
Yeah.
And I'm not referring to the specific sanctuary by itself. I'm talking about the fact that there is a home on the property and there is an additional, my understanding is, primary use.
In zoning, there are very often principal uses that have under their umbrella accessory uses. The first example that comes to mind for me is a school. A school might have a gymnasium where they have basketball games. A school might have a football field where they have football games. A school might have an auditorium where they have plays. They might have a cafeteria where they provide meals. So it's not a restaurant use. It's not a basketball arena. It's not a football stadium. It's not a theater. It's a school. And what's recognized is that under that umbrella, there's various subservient uses. And you know, the examples can go on and on. I could give you 30 different type of uses that have, you know, for example, if you have a restaurant and there's a laundry in the restaurant to wash all the tablecloths, that doesn't become a laundromat, but they allow laundry as part of their use. So what our case is here, our particular use melds all of these components into the overall use of you know, the sanctuary that we're asking for.
So is your testimony that the primary use is the Wolf Dog Farm?
Yes.
And that the home is accessory
to that.
to it?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, this is a residential
Well, that's
area.
Mr. Stevens is the planner, not me.
I
but
mean, if you could please testify, because I'm not getting much clarity out of the,
No,
what's
I
the
don't think it would be
primary,
appropriate.
secondaries, or accessory uses.
Mr. Stevens, can you elaborate on that? You're the one with the planning degree.
So the existing residence that is there is permitted, actually predates your ordinance, so it is an existing home that fully conforms with, in my opinion, with your zoning requirements. So not why we're here. We're here because we're running this animal sanctuary that requires a use variance. So that is what we're here for the use variance for. But is the home to remain on the property and is the homeowner going to stay there? Yes, that's part of the mission of this farm. Are there also other things happening here with the office work that takes care of making sure the animals have something to eat and the people get what they need and a small retail store? There are, but they're all really melded into this one use of this animal sanctuary. So that is what I see as the D1 variance is for, but you could, I guess, you could say there are two primary uses, a single-family residence and this animal sanctuary.
Mr. Hudak?
So the examples that you had given, a school and a restaurant and so forth, but people don't live in a school. People don't live at a restaurant. So I don't think, may I finish? So I don't think that those examples were very good. Now, the way I'm looking at this is that this house was built in the 30s. It was primarily, it was a home. And it still is a home. The home is still there. So to me, that's the primary use of this property. And the secondary use is the farm. That's how I see it. Do you agree?
I'm asking the applicant to please testify
Yeah,
to
well,
it.
I guess you guys need to tell us if that is in fact correct.
I wouldn't say it's incorrect. It's a matter of how one looks at it and how.
You're sitting on the fence. You got to decide whether.
Our position is that it's one use of a sanctuary that has a home on it, and that's all part of the use. We do not believe it would be inappropriate, though, to assess it, to address it as one use is the home, and another use is with the animal sanctuary, the wolf dog sanctuary. Bill, do you want to?
But to piggyback what Mr. Hudak was saying, the examples that you were giving where we could agree are commercial uses, schools, restaurants, these are commercial uses. Most accessories of what you're speaking about with residentials are pools, sheds. So that's where I think where, you know, the examples that you were stating, to piggyback what you were saying.
There are so many variations in use, and I don't, want to, disagree with what you said, but my high school that I went to, St. Joe's High School in Toms River, now Monsignor Donovan, did have residences there. The priests and the nuns lived in the complex that housed the church, the high school, the grammar school, et cetera. I can name restaurants of clients of mine where the restaurant is downstairs and upstairs are apartments where the workers live in. So it's not unusual to combine residential uses. A self-storage facility that I used to own had the steward, the caretaker of the self-storage. I think we had one in Jackson and on County Line Road, and there was an on-site manager, and that was viewed as accessory to the overall use. So, there's so many nuances to zoning and land use, and I think to have the home on board on the same location is a tremendous benefit, because you have the person whose heart and soul is in this right there at all times. So if I sound like I'm waffling, it's hard to specifically characterize this, which I think goes directly to the Medici standard, where there's no zoning regulation that outlines what the criteria is for a for this particular type of use. That's the best I can do. I hope I've answered your question and addressed your issue.
Well, you're not being committal to what it actually is. And again, the examples that you gave, I'd call that a boarding school, if there's people living there. And if you have a building that has a restaurant on the first floor and apartments on the second floor, well, those are separate uses.
Mixed use, right.
You can't, this may be unique, but I think, you have to declare what is the principal use. And the principal use for, 80 years has been a home. And over the past 10 or 15 years, it's now also the farm.
Fair.
Right?
Fair.
So I think, overall, the gentleman, it's his home, and that is the primary use of this property. And if I had a garden in my backyard,
Doesn't make you a farmer.
It's still a home.
Right.
I can't call it a farm, so.
Point well said and taken, Mr. Hinek. Thank you. Moving forward, there also were comments in your planner's report. There is a trail along our eastern property line. It basically ends really near where the developed area of our property is. That was not built by Mr. Hodanish. It accesses parts of Collier's Mills. We think it perhaps might be some type of a fire road, and as we all know, people who live in this block in Jackson Township are aware that we need access to these wooded areas for fire protection.
So, Mr. Stevens, I think in a roundabout way, we've addressed the review letters. I don't know if there's any particular points. I know we have the planning review letter from Mr. Peters. We also have the engineering review letter from Mr. Romeyer. Is there any particular items on that you want to address?
I think we've really covered most of them. The things we haven't talked about are that there was comments brought up about the sign that's out in front of the farm. There is a wolf statue and a sign out in front of the farm that says Howling Woods Farm on it. I would call that as a I get the word from your ordinance, as a nameplate sign, and I believe that it is fully permitted. There also were comments about buffering for the farm. By my interpretation, we would be required to have a 10-foot buffer. Now, again, looking at properties to our east, Collier's Mills, obviously there isn't anything to buffer there, as well as the portion of the property to the east in the rear. And then the residential lots, these people all live out on Hawken Road. They're very far away. The only neighbor we have who is in direct relation to this site is the Rugged Cross Motorcycle Club, which is located here. And that is the only place we don't have that 10-foot buffer. But
Might
we
be
have
helpful to look on page 2 of the PowerPoint while we're going to the adjoining neighbors.
But we,
aerial view.
but we have done our best to be good neighbors. Some of those people are here, and they also will give their testimony, have their chance to say how they feel about the use. I think that was all that I had on
So,
the site
Mr.
plan
Stevens,
stuff.
in your view as a planner, do the benefits outweigh, and do you think that we can, do we have special reasons for the reasons that you and I just discussed?
I believe that we do. The planning testimony for this is, as I said, a D1 use variance case, and it does require special reasons for the board to approve this variance. As I've said numerous times, and as we've heard, this is an unusual case. And to me, it's clear the facility has a special purpose for caring for these animals that have no other place to turn. I believe they're truly doing a good thing. The farm is used for both educational and charitable purposes. They're doing work for here in Jackson Township. The special reasons that we have to apply to use variances, D1 variances like this, they come out of the purposes of zoning from the municipal land use law. And I would state that you could use point A, which is to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And I think that should the board look favorably and grant this variance, that this application certainly promotes the general welfare. The farm serves as a charitable and educational facility that benefits the community, all while providing a needed refuge for wolf dogs. I think we could also apply point C, which is to provide adequate light, air, and open space. And as you have heard through my testimony and through Colleen's testimony, that the majority of the farm is undisturbed. The vegetation is left preserved, and it really is in keeping with the rural character and nature of this part of Jackson Township, in my opinion. And I think we could also promote point G, which is to provide sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses and open spaces, both public and private, according to their respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. This use, as we have said, is not specifically permitted by the Jackson ordinance because while it is needed, it's not often proposed. The location of this facility being on a county road and being mostly isolated, surrounded by other commercial and rural properties, I think makes this property very well suited for this use.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Stevens, Madam Chair.
Question?
Mr. Hyman?
Two things. First of all, I believe there was testimony at the last meeting about an 8-foot fence. Is there any need for a variance for that? I believe that was testimony that was given.
It's a good question. I'm looking at your zoning officer. The panels that are erected to keep the wolf dogs in are 8 feet high.
But they're not like something that blocks vision, right?
They are open. It's not like a chain link fence. I mean, you saw some of the pictures. They kind of blend into the background. When you drive by there, you don't see them, which is something I appreciated.
But to Mr. Hyman's point, it would need a variance if it's an 8-foot fence, according to.
And I could tell you that, we had a different application that had lattice also at 8 feet, and the zoning officer concluded that it did need a variance.
Correct, and that would be correct.
That's why I'm asking you if that's your opinion.
If the board and your professionals feel that a variance is required for that, we would request that. We believe the 8-foot fences are absolutely required here for keeping the wolf dogs safe.
So if we could take a look at page 14 on the PowerPoint. This shows how unobtrusive these fences are, I would respectfully submit.
Right, you can see the fence in the background.
And, on the picture on the left, you can hardly pick it out. Likewise, on page 3, if we could go to that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson, are you suggesting that because you can see through it, the height doesn't matter?
No, it goes to the reason for a variance if it's.
Oh, okay. All right.
No,
I thought you were still saying that you didn't need a variance,
No,
my
they're
mistake.
they're clearly 8 feet, Ms. Cipriani. There's no questioning that. They are.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I said that we would need that. That's a good, notation, but this goes to the reason why it would make sense to allow it.
So I would just stipulate that they should be such type fence, meaning it should not be a solid fence, or it would be something like a chain link or an open view fence.
The style of fence that's there
Correct.
now that's see-through and unobtrusive and
Correct.
blends in with the woods. We would agree to that as a stipulated.
And then the other question is, we didn't hear any kind of testimony about emergency vehicles, ingress, egress to the site for safety, emergency situations, fire, something happens to somebody. Could you give some kind of testimony to that?
So we could go back to the site plan on page 17.
Thank you, I forgot the page number.
And these are gates that are readily accessible if someone had to get into the area where the people were on tour, or the wolves were. But as far as the buildings, Mr. Stevens, can you address access to the buildings?
So the front part of the property is very easily accessed. We could get emergency equipment on and off the site as we could with any other residential properties. There is access into the home, the garage, as well as into the gravel guest parking area. So we can get men and equipment on and off of this site, in my opinion, safely, without any problem.
Thank you.
Has the fire department done any type of review of the circulation? I thought I saw that in one of the professionals' letters.
So we did not get a review by the fire department. I'm expecting that the fire department inspects the facility annually. So the fire department does inspect the facility annually, Madam Chair, and the applicant does stipulate, and well, we all don't have any choice. When they show up, they tell you what they want, and you have to do it. So I believe that they believe that it's a safe facility, but happy to request further approval.
Mr. Peters, you have anything for us?
Related to general or the fence issue?
Any of it?
I don't take any exception to Mr. Stevens' testimony as it relates to either the bulk or use variance. He hit all the points. He waited till the end to get to the proofs for the D variance, but as it relates to the purposes of zoning, I think they've addressed the required purposes of zoning. As it relates to the waiver of site plan, I think the board needs to have something, if they were to craft an affirmative resolution, that is specific to this use. Because as we know, everything becomes generational. It wasn't here 15 years ago, and 15 years from now, it might be someone else's. So I think we need to, based upon the testimony that the applicant's given, consider what they're going to be doing, and almost as importantly for enforcement, what they're not going to be doing. So if we leave here with just, well, it's a real nice use and everyone likes it, that's not going to help if there's a problem 2 years down the road and the zoning officer looks at the zoning board resolution and says, well, we like the application, so we approved it. I think we need to list what they're going to do, what the limits are in terms of animals on the site, people on the site, the parking. It seems, and I'm going to very general statement, it seems that it works right now. So except for the fact that it got noticed and they didn't have all of the subsequent zoning permits that were necessary, it seems to work. So if the board's satisfied with that, we craft a resolution that says, here's what they're doing currently. They've said that there may be a few more animals or a few more people in a group, and we have enough parking for all that. So when they ask for the use variance, I think we can describe what they're proposing to do based upon the testimony that's been given. As it relates to the waiver of site plan, I think we can also craft a resolution that speaks to number of parking spaces, how visitors are controlled, how water and sewer facilities are provided both for people on the site, the people who visit the site, and the people who work on the site. I think we've gotten that testimony, just we need to sort of put it in a bow, whether Mr. Jackson does it as part of his summation or the board members go through those things that they found important from the testimony. Again, I didn't take any issue with the testimony that Mr. Stevens gave as it related to the C or D variance relief that was requested. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may respond to Mr. Peters' comments, which are definitely born of experience. We provided a statement of operations. It's in our PowerPoint on page 15. that mirrors the testimony, gives very specific details as exactly what our operations are. We give the number of employees, we give the number of tours, we give the number of people on tours, et cetera, and we would stipulate that our use is specifically tied into adherence to those operations, and that any expansion of those would require further relief from the board. So that the zoning officer could go there and say, you know, you stipulated that this is how this is to operate, or Mr. Hednish did 5, 10 years ago, you must abide by this, just like with any other site. So with that, we think we could fulfill Mr. Peters' very wise advice to the board.
Thank you. Mr. Romeyer, anything for us?
I would agree with Mr. Peters' comments, and specifically, we can go through the statement, at least highlight the statement of operations, just so everyone's on the same page, talking about visitors by appointment only, limited number of parking vehicles, all that stuff, just to ensure that the use stays as it is now and it's appropriate.
Can I just
Mr.
ask?
Martins?
Yeah, just one quick question on that, and I apologize, I didn't read the statement of operations. Does it cover that small retail space that we spoke about?
I have,
It does, yes.
It does,
We
okay.
state what it is and that it is only to be used for people that are invited to the farm. It is not for the general public.
I'll read it. It says the retail operation is approximately 500 square feet. Retail sales are limited to tour participants. The facility does not accept walk-in traffic. You're required to have an appointment to visit. Retail sales are limited to wolf paraphernalia, clothes, jewelry, and other decorations. The money collected from the retail sales is another way the facility raises money to support
It
the
goes into
operation.
the donation pile.
And I have a larger print version if you
Oh,
want me to.
okay, that's good, no, it's up to you. I got it, that was my concern, so that, you know, as you stated, 15 years from now, you decide I can make a fortune on this retail stuff, and you expand it, and how do we control that? Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes,
Dr. Hofstein?
Since we are asked to approve a use that's specific and unusual, and a use variance runs with the land, at some point, the operation is going to end, and hopefully it'll last for many, many years. But how does the board handle a future use of the property when, if this sanctuary is disbanded?
A change in use would require them to come back to this board. If they
Unless
propose
somebody-
something that
unless-
isn't this use or isn't a permitted use in this zone, they come back here.
Okay, and somewhere along the line, some attorney better advise whomever buys a land that.
Well, listen, we all live in the world where sometimes it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, okay?
Well, that's unfortunate.
There's no, I don't think there's anyone in the room that's not been guilty of that once. So if the board has a real concern that somehow this gets out of control and the municipality doesn't have protections, I can throw something out there and have the attorneys argue with each other. You could make it a deed restriction. File it as part, file it as with the property.
Well, what we have done is.
That satisfies, I think, your concern if it transfers from you to me or me to you, that it's part of the deed transfer.
What I've done in other instances like this is we've prepared a memorandum that runs with the land that advises future purchasers that there is a resolution of approval that must be abided by, as opposed to a deed restriction, which is a lot, you know, you can't undo that. But we think a memorandum might be an appropriate thing to alert a buyer.
And a shocking turn of events, I agree with Mr. Jackson.
This is unprecedented. I was going to yell at the board like the last attorney, so I made sure not to do that.
Don't do that.
Just one more thing, I just want to commend Mr. Hodendish for taking Mr. Hudak's advice and providing us with a copy of the liability insurance. Good move. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes. Just one, sorry.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Hyman.
I'm just trying to remember from last time, was there any kind of testimony about a dumpster for trash removal?
So, yes, we do have trash removal located on the site.
Is it a dumpster or is it just a roll-off? at the street?
No, no, no. We have a dumpster, and we also do recycling on site. It is in our statement of operation also, which is why I was just looking for it, but refuse on the site is picked up by a private hauler. Waste generated by the animals is collected multiple times daily, bagged, disposed of in a dumpster, and recycling from the site is collected by the municipal service here in town that everybody else uses.
Right, so could you just testify where that location is? Is it specific? And is there easy access for garbage trucks to remove it?
I forget, but I
You know,
thought it was
at
located
the
over near
time
the
when-
the
Question
garage.
is, when do they pick it up? And if it's during operations?
Oh, it is, it's in the parking lot. But Colleen is telling me that it's located in the gravel area. We'll locate it and we'll show it to the board professionals where it is located.
And then just finally, if, maybe someone could give me some clarity, I don't think that I have an answer on the principal, secondary, what's principal, what's secondary use. I still at a loss.
I don't know if that's a question for me or a comment or just amusing or.
Well, I think we summed it up, Mr. Hyman. I think we summed it up best with Mr. Hudak actually really clarifying it, that the primary use of this property for 80-some years has been a single-family residential home. It was a farm, I'm sure, in those days also, but a different kind of farm. So the primary residence would be the primary use would be the residence, and the farm would be a secondary use that we're seeking the use variance for, because the residence is permitted.
Mr. Hednish would tell you that it was a chicken farm if I called him to testify, but I don't know if that's necessary. I think there's other folks that want to speak and get their cases heard tonight. I think that's our case, and when I do my summation, I'll address the use, and I'm sure Ms. Cipriani at the appropriate time will be able to craft a resolution that adequately describes the uses that are encompassed if the board is inclined to improve this.
If so, that's certainly my hope. Just, are there any, is there anyone present who has a question for Mr. Stevens? I just want to make sure that, okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Christabel.
So for the manager, right now you guys have 15 dogs, right? And you're seeking maximum 20 dogs. Does that mean you're going to need to expand the fence in? And you have enough to hold the extra 5 dogs?
Microphone, please, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, we don't like to overcrowd, so if we stay at 15 for a while, that's fine. It depends on rescue inquiries that we get, but sometimes we'll stay at the number 15 for several months, if not longer. But we never go over 20. It doesn't mean, even if we have 20, we may find homes for a couple of those dogs. So it never stays at that number. It's always usually lower than that.
Thank you.
This actually shows 25. On the statement of operations, it shows you presently.
No, that says there are 25 rescue dog facilities. They have 15 dogs.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I read it wrong the first time, that's how I knew what you were talking about. Any other questions or comments? Given that there's no, okay, I just was waiting to see if everyone's going to say anything. Seeing there are no additional questions or comments from the board, I'm going to open to the public. Anyone wishing to come forward and make any comments about testimony you've heard this evening?
I have a couple questions. My name is Paul Revere. I live on West Commodore. Now, do you
I'm
have
sorry,
kennels on this property?
Mr. I'm sorry,
Oh.
we just, thank you.
All right. Yes, I
Do you swear that the testimony you'll give before this board is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And please state your name for the record, even though I just said it.
Paul Revere. I'm at West Commodore.
Thank
It's a little confusing because you said it's a big, you have education, a school,
not a
Right.
school. It's educational in nature, where people come, they learn about the wolves, just like if you go to an aquarium, you learn about the dolphins.
Okay, so is there going to be a building where people can sit down and see slides?
No, the school, what we described as the gift area is a place where people can muster, there's no chairs, it's, you stand there and you.
So it'll be outdoor discussions?
Yes.
Okay,
And
now,
in the, at the beginning, there's a little bit of that too.
So it's primarily just a check-in area where you check in. We keep a sheet and a list of who's supposed to be showing up. So the parties check in there. They make their donation, and they're not in that building for very long, and then we take them out into the enclosures. And the education part is the tour itself, where we educate history about wolves and, you know, where we got our dogs from and their stories.
so there's no classroom, it's just they
No.
act like a guide providing education?
No,
or-
it doesn't take place in a classroom. It's just a walking tour where your tour guide is just
Okay,
going
all
over.
right. Now, I didn't hear anything about restrooms.
So I think first and foremost, what we wanted to say is we're not proposing any changes to the facility. The way the facility has been operating, it's hopefully how it's going to continue to operate. We're seeking the board's approval to allow that to happen. So there's no new buildings, there's no changes to the site whatsoever. So I'm assuming you live nearby, you've seen the operation. We're not proposing to change
No, I
it.
don't live nearby, but people who visit and have to use a restroom. what
Oh,
about-
right, so we have porta potties located on site for guests that visit.
And that's your site plan is porta potties?
Correct, yes, that's what's being
Okay, now the
utilized.
waiver of the site plan, why have a waiver 100%? Why not do some kind of rudimentary site plan? Because the people really don't know what's being approved unless there is a site plan.
We did submit a plan
Okay,
of
but
the
that's
facility.
kind of like, that's your site plan?
Correct, yes.
Okay, now, what about the wetlands? Is there wetlands on that property?
Not to the best of my knowledge, no.
No, so
It's off limits.
you've checked it out on the G2 or
Yes.
whatever that is?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so, Mike, what I was thinking is, would it be more advantageous to make this a private club rather than a public operation, a public business?
We're not, club, you'd have to sell memberships for the PCA. We think the way we're doing it as a, charitable organization is appropriate. It's not open to the public, we have very detailed,
I'm just saying, well, I'm asking the attorney, would it be less, I'm sorry, I'm the engineer. Would it be less requirements for a site plan if it was a private club? I'm asking the attorney. The engineer, I'm sorry. Okay, so you're going to enter this document as the site plan?
Yes, we already have. It's been submitted. The site plan's been submitted with
Is
the.
there a listing of all the facilities there?
Yes. And on top of that, we have our statement of operation, which is very detailed. This was all done purposely,
Yeah.
so the board would be very clear on what it is they are approving.
And because of the use
Mr. Revere?
variance?
Yeah, sorry,
Yes.
just going to ask you, I definitely want to give you your opportunity to ask the questions, but also if you could be mindful of the time, because some of these things have been covered.
Would you say I'm taking too much time?
I didn't quite say it that way, but if you could focus and soon,
Well,
that
I'm
would be
not done with
appreciated.
my questions, so,
Okay,
all right?
thank you.
All right, so you just made me forget my question. All right, so along those lines, if it becomes a big success, and you're saying that people cannot come on the property unless they're invited and have invitation?
Revere, they've been operating for 15 years. They're already in operation.
Right, I understand that.
No, you're saying if it becomes a success, what I'm trying to say to you is they've already been in operation. They're very well established. They submitted evidence about all the different things that they do in the community.
All right, then why did they come into zoning board if they're already in
As
operation?
was discussed when their testimony started, when Mr. Hodanish, and if I butchered your name, sir, I'm sorry. When Mr. Hodanish decided to start taking the wolf dogs onto his property, he did not realize 15 years ago that he needed a zoning variance.
Okay, so he's coming in for the, yeah, right, so are you saying he's grandfathered?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's why he's
all right.
here.
So the other question is, as things get bigger,
They won't get bigger. Our
and-
statement of operations and our conditions of approval that we're stipulating to
Okay.
have specific, no more than 20 wolves. It states the number of people who will visit, the times of the visits, et cetera.
and a
So
member
that's
of
all.
the public driving down the road can't make a right turn and go in there and buy something at the store?
They cannot.
Okay.
By appointment
I
only.
just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Revere, Paul, one second, let me just, so to our attorney's point, right? Many of the questions you're asking are great questions. Those are actually questions, some of them I already asked, others have already asked. You're just repeating, stuff that's already been covered. Try
Okay,
to
well,
avoid
that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Revere.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. They're all great questions. I had them.
Anyone else wishing to come forward at this time?
Swear in first.
Yes. Thank you.
Do you swear the testimony you will be given before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And will you please state your name and address for the
My name
record?
is Donald Cove, and I live next door.
I assume you mean to the applicant, not to this building.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. I live next to the Howling Wolf Farms. So I've grown to have a great relationship with Mike. I love his passion. It overlaps into my passion. I'm the chaplain for Modus Deuce, and I deal with my brothers and veterans throughout the state of New Jersey. And I think it's an awesome thing. He opens it up for veterans on special days, Veterans Day and Memorial Day and things like that. If he needs parking, he can park on my property anytime he wants. I think it's a great, and I think their animals are, I've been to these horse farms, I've been to these dogs in general. It's great therapy. I've got guys who own service dogs, and it's closer than family for them. And I know these are wolf dogs. I've never seen such calm animals. They're and I guess, and I just learned about that it's because of their wolf timidity, or whatever you want to call it. But these dogs are very, very quiet and calm, more calmer than regular domestic dogs, in my opinion, the ones that I've seen. I've seen a lot of good service dogs too, actually, but these animals are awesome, and that whole organization, that whole mission is an awesome thing. And I just think that there's no reason even to question it. So that's my.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Take care.
Anyone else wishing to come forward?
Hi, how you doing? My name is Stephen Forsyth, and I'm also, along with with Donald Cove there, I'm with the Rugged Cross Motorcycle Club. It's a Christian motorcycle club, and we live just to the west, is where the clubhouse is.
I see that you're
Go ahead.
raising your hand, but
Yeah.
I'd just like to, so do you swear that your testimony you'll give to this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, so just a quick testimony, real quick. It's past my bedtime here. Every year we hold an annual wolf run, and it's named after, the Howling Woods farm there. And it's just, it's a great day. It's in support of veterans. Donald, he mentioned Modus Deuce. That's an organization that supports veterans in crisis when they come back from the war. It's named after the 22 veterans that commit suicide. We come over, we put a fence in on the Rugged Cross property, which is, just to the west of the property. And he'll come over, he'll bring dogs that are fenced in, and we'll have vendors set up and games, and it's a family fun event. And, the public will come in and they'll see the wolves. And we just raise funds for the veterans. And we even try to raise funds for, Mike here in Howling Woods. And what does he do? He gives it right back to the veterans. So that's the type of people these are here, just supporting the community. And it would be a shame if you were not able to continue. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to come forward?
Aye. Do you swear the testimony you'll give to this board before this board is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Christine Watson. I live at 1383 West Veterans.
If you could just speak into the
Sorry.
microphone. Thank you.
I live at 18, where do I live? I live 2 doors down from Mike is where I live. So it's been a long, tiring day. So the reason I came up is because I just wanted to thought it was important to share that I do live 2 doors down. I am never disturbed by any traffic, any visitors. The sounds of the wolves are beautiful. I hear them at night sometimes. And it's just such a nice, comforting thing to hear. Plus, it's such a great thing that Mike is doing for the wolves, saving them. There's only 13 facilities in the United States that actually do this type of thing. And I was actually able to go the other day for a second tour. When I first moved there, I went through initially with my children, and it was just really just amazing. And when I went the other day, it hadn't lost in the 5 years it has been that I lived there any of the charm or the awe that it was to see the wolves in their, or the wolf dogs in their habitat. It is beautiful from where I am in my backyard. It doesn't obstruct any of the natural beauty that, is in the surrounding area. It's very tranquil, and it's just a beautiful thing that he does for everybody. And I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming
Thank you.
forward.
So, Madam Chair, we have about 15 people. Is everybody here like same sentiments, more or less? I can have each one of them come up. They'd like to, but I think the board gets the point, and I know you have other applications, so if the board's satisfied that we have a lot of supporters very passionate about this whole thing, I think we can move on and just go to summation. And
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
If you'd like to go ahead and give us your summation. And, well, first of all, let me say thank you all for coming out and being so patient. If you'd like
Thank you.
to
So
give
it's
us your
closed to the
summation.
public?
I'm sorry?
That's closed to the public now? No further?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and close the public session.
Thank you. If we could just go to the PowerPoint. What do I do with it? I guess page 1 would be fine. So, what we have, I respectfully submit, is a community resource and it's a national resource. It's a state resource. This is something that makes a community richer. When you have your kid, your grandchild, you want to go on a date, you want to go with your spouse, significant other, it's really a cool thing to do. Mr. Hednish has, over the last 20 years, built up a great following of supporters and people who are as passionate about it as him. He's been a good neighbor. There haven't been any problems. This exactly fits the rural character that Jackson Township has. You drive by, it's woods, it's beautiful. And we're hopeful that the board sees this as a very unique resource. Of course, it's not in the zoning regulations, because who would put, we struggled with it tonight after hearing the whole case, so I can't imagine codifying something like this. We respectfully submit we meet the criteria for the variance, and we hope the board sees the merits of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? It's up to us, board, to discuss.
I'll make one small comment, not an
Okay.
important comment, but I think you mentioned that you tried to get some of us to take the tour and stuff like that. I can tell you, for me, I drove by. I purposely didn't want to take the tour because I didn't want to be influenced by all the great stuff, right? So I need to be independent. So it's not that I didn't care. I did drive by, but I didn't.
It's a fine
officially
line.
Yeah, okay? Just, that's it.
Thank you.
Just to frame it again, as we know, they're here for D1 variance. It's also the smaller question of the variance for the fence. It was a 8-foot fence. I think there was a condition also that it would have to be seen through that was discussed. It's also the question of site plan waiver. Some of the conditions that Mr. Peters had proposed would be that we kind of, if the board is inclined, that it be conditioned on the operational parameters that are set forth in the statement of operations that would be incorporated into an ordinance. We also had discussion regarding the fact that the residence was the primary use and that the sanctuary uses would be a secondary use. And there was a statement by Mr. Jackson suggesting that there could be a memorandum put on so that at the time of sale that any buyer would be made aware of the zoning board approval if there should be one. So those are the comments and questions that I just wanted to remind the board of the relief sought.
Mr. Omar?
Yes, just two additional, relocating the shed and updating the survey to show the shed and dumpster.
Through the chair, is there something with the signage?
The signage doesn't require any variance at this time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Romero, you said, you talked about relocating the shed in accordance with the 80-foot line. Is that what you were referring to? 80-foot setback?
Along the front yard, yes, correct.
And then updating the plan to show the shed and the dumpster?
Correct.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve with the stipulations stated.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Brezzi?
Before I cast my vote, I'd like to make a couple of statements. One, I've been in many planning and zoning board for years, and when you have something that's silent in our laws and our ordinances, it's the first time I ever heard an attorney address how you still have to fit the certain needs of it to apply. And I give you much credit for that. I have never heard that before. I believe with your statement of operations, the public testimony, your page 7 and your slide with everything you give to the township, I definitely vote yes.
Mr. Hyman?
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein? Yes. Mr. Hudak?
Yes.
Ms. Rosal?
Yes.
Mr. Martins?
Yes.
Mr. Such?
No.
Sorry.
It's nice
I was-
to know.
Ms. Bradley?
And I just have to piggyback on what Mr. Bressy said. I thought the presentation was extremely well done. And I have to say, in my 4 years of being on the zoning board, we've never had so many people out in support, since I've been on the zoning board anyway, for an application. So I think that shows what a great job that's being done. So I say yes as well. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are going to move on to applicant number 3. Oh, yeah.
Understood?
Where did Jay go? He didn't leave,
I guess
so we're
everyone's
okay.
taking a break.
Oh, all right. Okay, Gina. Mr. Junko, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, okay? That's okay, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break.
So basically, the property is bounded by 3 arterial county roads. The property is about 158 acres. Property is in the RG2 residential zone. That is the regional growth zone of Pinelands. It's been zoned that way since 1981. The regional growth zone is an area of Pinelands that promotes growth subject to environmental, satisfying environmental constraints. The property is occupied by a number of houses, and the area to the northern part of the property, you see 3 lakes here. That's the former Maple Lake Campground. And then you have, there's also Whitlock Drive, I should say, that goes behind the top lake, that there's some of the houses. So there's a number of houses involved in the project that are existing houses. Some are being demolished to be developed with the subdivision. Some are scheduled to remain. The project, as I said, is in the RG2 zone. Higher density, single-family lots are a conditional use in that zone, subject to public sewer. We're permitted to have 10,000 square foot lots, 100 by 100 foot lots. We've met those proofs. We are providing public sewer as well as public water, but public sewer is a conditional use standard. We're obligated to provide a traffic study, which Mr. Ray has done and will testify, and we meet all the other bulk zone requirements of the project. The project had been approved. If you can go to the next exhibit, please, Anthony. This is the overall subdivision map that's currently approved under the ordinance that was noted by Mr. Junko. This current approval contains 205 single-family residential lots, 202 of those being market, 3 existing houses to remain. There was noted there was 2 other, I'm going to briefly describe how the site worked. This site started out as a general development plan more than 10 years ago, so there was a lot of planning that went into this site. The zoning has been in place for 40 years, but a lot of planning went into integrating this site into the surrounding road system, and that remains unchanged with our proposed amendment. We have access, we have proposed access to East Veterans Highway on the left, South Hope Chapel Road to the top, and then we connect to Denton Lane in the right or the south, which then intersects with Whitesville Road. So the property will have access to all 3 county roads, and Mr. Ray will testify that all 3 of those then road intersections surrounding us are all signalized, and he'll describe that in better detail. And then we had with this approval, so everything is interconnected with those 3 county roads, and then we had Whitlock, which is a very narrow local road, and a key component of this project is, and we'll focus on this in a few minutes when I delve into the planner's review, but is to not have our traffic utilize Whitlock. That's been a key component of this project, is to direct our traffic directly through our proposed road system to the county roads and not to Whitlock. So we're proposing to cul-de-sac the end of Whitlock so that the existing residents on Whitlock will not have any traffic from our proposed project. Secondary components of the project are, we have the affordable units, which are located on this court, which is called Hunter Court, down on the northwestern corner of the property. That was a D3 conditional use variance that we obtained with that subdivision approval. The RG2 zone requirements have a 20% inclusionary affordable housing component, and we meet that. We provide the 20%. However, the units are required to be provided in maximum 4-unit buildings, and we obtained a D3 variance to construct those in 8-unit buildings. That remains unchanged. The affordable housing area remains completely unchanged as part of this proposed amendment. I'll take the opportunity to address the question about the number of affordable units. We are proposing 48, where 38 are required. And the reason the additional affordable units are for, this is what's known as phase 1 through 3 of Swanbourne. There is a phase 4, which is located here, and then there's a Phase 5, which have not been in front of any land use board yet. They have not been designed yet. But there's future phases of Swanbourne, and those 48 units are intended to service those sections as well. So the 48, the additional 10 units are intended to service future sections of the Swanbourne project that the board has not seen yet.
Mr. Borden, in the original approval, there were 48 affordable units, correct?
Yes,
All right, so there's, in your 3 phases, there'll still be 48, but there may be additional, in the additional property that hasn't been before
correct.
anybody yet. Okay.
There's 48 affordable units proposed in this project, but 38 are required to be built as part of this project.
And of course, when you doing phases 4 and 5, you'll keep in mind that 20% set aside.
Of course,
Okay.
yes, of course. Everything has to comply with 20%. That's a conditional use standard. That goes without saying. And if we need more, we need more. Our math so far is it meets it, but that's our math. That's not, we're not here
Well,
to.
thank you, and that does
We're not here,
explain
right, we're not here trying to get approval for
the
those
generous
phases.
spirit.
That's right. So,
Ed,
so the
Understand
affordable
perfectly.
housing area remains unchanged. Secondly, we have a recreation area located. The area closest to East Veterans Highway is the existing unoccupied but existing recreational improvements for the Maple Lake Campground. There's a building there and some other improvements, and we're proposing to repurpose that into the recreation area. That remains unchanged as part of this project. The recreation component was a key issue, a key component of our GDP and our subsequent subdivision. And I do note that it was a typo in our submittal caught by your planner, that those recreation improvements will be completed as part of Phase 1. Our documents inadvertently called it for Phase 3, but that was unintentional. So those will be completed in Phase 1. And then lastly, the improvements other than the subdivision, we have a lot that's being created in Phase 1 adjacent to South Hope Chapel Road that has a separate site plan approval for a house of worship. The lot is being created by the subdivision. There is no change to the house of worship. Therefore, that's not part of this application. That's approved and remains unchanged.
When you say a separate site plan application, though, but that house of worship was part of the resolution for which you're seeking amendment?
You're correct. I probably should say it was a separate plan. Yes, it's included in the same resolution, but it was we actually were asked to, at the time, make a separate application, and then it was combined into the same resolution. So there is a separate site plan for that. We are not proposing to change that. That is not part of this application. That remains approved as it was 2 years ago. Question was asked, at what phase will that house of worship be built in? We talked about phasing, and I'll get into that in a few minutes. But the intent is that lot will be sold to a congregation, and they'll build it. It's not part of the subdivision, so it'll be built whenever the congregation deems it appropriate to build it. Once that lot's sold, it'll be under the control of the congregation who purchases it, and they'll build it when they want to. So the lot will be created as part of Phase 1, and all the improvements around it will be created as part of Phase 1. The road off of South Hope Chapel Road, the improvements to South Hope Chapel Road, all of that will be completed in Phase 1, but the lot will be developed by the house of worship whenever they deem it appropriate.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I might, Mr. Borden, thank you for your testimony. I sincerely apologize for interrupting, but I just want to make sure the board members are clear. The subdivision and affordable housing portion of the project don't rely on the House of Worship site plan, correct?
Correct.
But the House of Worship site plan relies upon the improvements that would need to be installed as part of the phasing plans for the residential portion of the site, i.e. secondary access, water, sewer, stormwater management.
Yes.
So if it was sold to a congregation tomorrow, they couldn't start
No.
next week. They'd have to build some of the infrastructure that's associated with the subdivision that's the subject of the ZBA's
That's correct.
application.
That's the great point. The improvements needed by the house of worship will be completed in Phase 1. But that doesn't mean the house of worship will be built in phase one. It might be built in phase 1, 2, 3. That's up to them.
But my point simply was, the house of worship isn't standalone. It
Correct.
requires the subdivision application for its infrastructure.
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to focus before I switch but now this is the approved plan. Now we're going to get into the changes that we were forced to make by Pinelines. And I just want to, before I turn the page, I want you to focus on this area here. And if you could turn to the next and last exhibit, Anthony. So this is the overall development plan that was submitted as part of the package. And here you see this area here. This is Denton Lane here. You can see this wetland area expanded right here. This is what I consider an isolated pocket of wetland. This is Cannon Boulevard to our west. And it's a very strange bit of wetlands that was not deemed as wetlands by Pinelands when we had a certificate of filing when we got the original approval. I've never seen this happen before, by the way. I've been doing this for 40 years, and this is the first time ever that I've had a certificate of filing with the wetlands verified. And then when we applied for them to do a final review of the subdivision approval, they took a fresh look at the wetlands and deemed additional wetlands here and slightly more additional wetlands up in the front of the campground, mostly in this location adjacent to Cannon Boulevard. So as a result, we were forced to change the layout of the project in the central part of the area. The access road to South Hope Chip remains the same. The connection to Denton stays the same, although the Denton Lane extension changes here. Before it went straight across the bottom, now it bends up. And then we did have to relocate the access road to East Veteran slightly to the east because of additional wetland buffer in that area. As a result, the amended subdivision that we have asked for this amended approval proposes 194 lots, so we've lost 11 lots. The breakdown is 192 market and 2 existing to remain. I would also note, and this is testimony I need to put on the record because of Pinelands, they also introduced another item in their certificate of filing that we submitted for this application, and that is fire hazard. I don't know if any of the board members have heard that before. I know the planning board has, but for some reason, they wanted me to testify to confirm that this site was not a high hazard forest area. In Pinelands, no, it's not. In Pinelands, when you have more than 100 homes being proposed, you have to provide a 200-foot buffer to any adjoining forest that's high hazard. So it's the opposite of a land use buffer. Normally a wetland buffer, you're not allowed to disturb it. The concept behind a forest buffer or break is that you're supposed to disturb it to stop the forest fire from spreading. And the testimony I'm putting on the record, because they'll want this reflected in the minutes and they will read them. And I've put this in writing to them already, so everything I'm saying I've already told them, is that there is no unbroken forest surrounding the property. The entire area, in fact, if you don't mind, Anthony, go back to the first one. I don't want to take too much time on this, but this is really important for Pinelands. Zoom in right here, please, Anthony. What you have is we're completely surrounded by development on all sides of us. Obviously, we have lakes. I mean, that tells you it's not forest hazard. But then we have this forest here. This is Cannon Boulevard here. So you can't see it, but there's houses up underneath this canopy around Cannon. And the areas that are not developed here that I'm pointing to inside the crook of Cannon are all freshwater wetland, which are not high hazard area, as you can expect. So there is no high hazard forest is considered oak and pine forest, kind of like what almost burned my house down in November in some Tavern Road. None of that exists in this area. So I have made the argument, and I would ask the record to reflect that there is no high hazard forest on or surrounding the property.
And I think, Mr. Borden, you had mentioned in the prior testimony, prior matter, that you were also a forester?
Yes. I am. You can go back to the third sheet, please, Anthony. So all of the proposed lots do comply with the requirements, the 100 by 100 foot, all the bulk zone requirements. The planner has asked for additional dimensional plans to evidence that. We'll provide those. Obviously, we're subject to the conditional use standards, and all the lots must comply. I want to go briefly through some of the key items, particularly from the planner's letter. Anthony, if you could zoom in where I'm pointing now, in that area. There's just a couple of zoning comments I want to answer precisely. This area right here, Anthony. Yeah, right there, perfect, thank you, sir. So this is the cul-de-sac of Whitlock, and we have this lot 8.28. This road up here that we're proposing is called Mahogany. And the question is these two lots, in particular lot 8.28, because it has frontage on two roads. And the zone requirements require a minimum, although it's a 100-foot by 100-foot lot, the minimum lot frontage is 80 feet. So the question was, is there 80 feet on any road? And the answer is yes. The frontage along Mahogany is more than 80 feet. There is 50 feet of frontage on Whitlock, the new cul-de-sac of Whitlock, but we're not proposing to access that, and in fact, we would deed restrict access from lot 8.22 and lot 8.28. They're not permitted to access. They are double frontage lots, or this one's, but they're not permitted to access Whitlock. So there will be a deed restriction in place to prevent that. While I'm zoomed in here, there was a good question, a good comment about the fact that the separation between Mahogany and the cul-de-sac is fairly narrow. Actually, it's very narrow. So what can we do to cars basically jump in the sidewalk? So we're proposing landscaping, hedge and tree landscaping in that area to basically buffer between those two roads so that the vehicles can't do that. I should stay while talking about the roads.
I apologize. Can we just go through this one issue so that I can come back later if you'd like, or we can talk about it now?
No, I appreciate it now.
Does the Whitlock Avenue right-of-way extend past and through to Mahogany Lane?
No.
Okay, so it stops somewhere?
Yes.
On that map?
Well, the right-of-ways will connect, but obviously the sidewalks are separated.
I'm talking about the right-of-way. So
Okay.
the existing right-of-way of Whitlock, does it end before it gets to Mahogany, or are we changing Whitlock Avenue to Mahogany Lane within this site?
Now, I understand your question now. The existing Whitlock right-of-way, you can see the dark line here that I'm describing. The existing Whitlock right-of-way runs across it overlaps onto Mahogany.
Okay.
So we have a street vacation request currently into the Township Council to vacate a few streets, including Whitlock, that portion of Whitlock. Those vacations are required for phase 2 of the project. So the portion of Whitlock that is currently overlapping Mahogany would be vacated and replaced by Mahogany.
Okay. So on the map, you show a proposed cul-de-sac at the end of Whitlock that the developer is going to
Yes.
provide. Somewhere between that cul-de-sac and the right-of-way for Mahogany is sort of a no man's land in there, correct?
Correct.
What are we doing with that?
I think that would just become, right now, we're showing it as part of lot .8.28, which I think is a bad idea. I think that would just become part of, the right-of-ways would combine.
My concern is that you're going to have to deal with the board engineer and the tax assessor to make sure that you don't end up creating a lot east of Mahogany.
I understand.
I'm sorry, I have a question on that. Mr. Peters, is the part that you're referencing currently part of the Whitlock right-of-way, or is it additional?
Correct.
Because if it's part of the Whitlock right-of-way and the request is going in to vacate the right-of-way, then typically it would go to the adjoiners.
My concern is, as you see it on the plan, Whitlock comes in and we create a cul-de-sac right-of-way. And then a few feet away from that, you see a curved Mahogany right-of-way.
Right here.
What's in between those two lines? That's still the road, that's still the right-of-way of Whitlock Ave. It's got to be vacated and either enjoined to one of the lots or enjoined to a right-of-way.
Right, what I'm saying is that I
If you
think
leave it
by-
there, there'll be another little lot just above that where Whitlock is. There'll
that
be a little
the
triangular
half that would
piece.
adjoin to 8.28, I see. The other part, I don't even see
All
where
I'm
that would
suggesting is,
adjoin.
as part of the
Yeah.
resolution compliance, that the board attorney and the tax assessor will have to make sure we don't create either no man's land or a triangular shaped lot that no one's going to own. It's got to be owned by someone.
I agree.
That was all. Thank you.
If you could zoom back out, Anthony, please. Next, there is a question about one of the open space was a huge part of this project. I would note that the open space, because we have the 3 lakes, as well as we have substantial wetlands to the south, and then as well as the wetland area, of course, it was expanded by pine lanes. And the open space on the approved plan is 65 acres. The open space with the proposed plan is actually 70 acres. So it actually, because of the wetland, primarily expands the open space. But that leads to the next question in the planner's review, which is what is called, there's a lot on what we call the third lake, which is the bottom of the site here. This is an existing lake. And this is an open space lot. And it's landlocked. If you could zoom in, Anthony, it's landlocked from the residential lot. So the question is raised by the planner is that open space lot does not comply with the zone requirements. I'm not sure it's required to. I'll leave to the board planner to advise the board.
Yeah,
But,
Madam Chair, our concern simply to make this board's decision appeal-proof. If it needs a variance, I think they can prove the hardship for the variance. If we wanted to put this little piece of land to get it out to something, it doesn't really serve a purpose. At the end of the day, it simply doesn't have frontage on an improved street, and under the RG2 zone requirements would require a variance. I just want to make sure we're complete in the relief that we grant, so that should someone take an appeal, it's not as though we missed something.
Thank you.
As a practical matter, I'm sure Mr. Borden can convince us that whether he puts a little lot line down that cul-de-sac between lots 107 and 109, or he just leaves it as an easement, it serves the same purpose physically out in the field.
Correct.
So I don't want to testify for the applicant, and I certainly don't want anyone to think I'm agreeing with Mr. Borden this evening. But I don't have any problem if they were simply to ask for variance relief. That's the cleanest way of dealing with it.
Yeah, I know my place, Ernie, so. And that is absolutely correct. So this lot would then require a lot frontage and, lot frontage variance, because we have no frontage on a right-of-way. It certainly meets all the other bulk zone requirements of width and depth and area. The purpose obviously it's a lake, so we want to keep that as open space, but there's also walking trails through the whole project that remain unchanged from the original approval. We're not changing it. So that is a hardship created. We don't want to be penalized by providing open space. We could extend the lot lines and make it part of the lots, but that would be a disservice to the homeowners association. So we would ask for that D3 variance for just simply the lot frontage. And easements will be provided for the access from the residents.
And if the board were to grant that easement, you satisfy the professional planner with the benefits of that and the plan compliance with the outlying debt.
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, it's not even a lot that we're developing, it's an open space lot, so certainly. Oh, thank you. Next, we have a comment from the planner on the affordable housing. We have parking. We did provide, again, that part of the project, that site plan aspect of the project remains unchanged. We had 96 spaces provided for the 48 units, basically 2 spaces per unit. We were not asked to provide guest parking at the time of our original subdivision. He's raising that question now. I believe we can rely upon our existing approval. We're not proposing to change that in any way, but I defer to the planner. He is also asking for 15% of those spaces in the affordable lot to be EV ready, and we do agree to comply with that. Moving quickly, I'm going over key items of the planner's letter. I should be identifying them by item number, and I'll do that from this point forward. But all the items that I'm skipping over, and I'll make the declarative general statement that we agree to comply in all respects with all of the comments of the letter. Really, what I'm doing with these comments is just explaining things that he has asked for testimony on. As you can tell, there's no
I'm sorry, Mr. Borden, did you just testify that you're willing to agree with all of the comments?
Yes, and that would apply to the Morgan engineering comments as well, while we're talking about that. Then we move to item number Roman numeral 4 in the Remington-Vernick letter. Under subdivision issues, items to be discussed. Item 3, he asked who will maintain the stormwater management features, and that will be the original approval had the homeowners association, and that remains the same. So we're not proposing any change. These roads are public roads, but the stormwater systems, stormwater management systems are maintained and owned by the homeowners association, as is the open space and recreation and walking trails. I should also note, I skipped over this inadvertently, but one of the other driving forces of some aspect of the revisions is that this project was caught in the change to the stormwater management rules. We were approved prior to the adoption or implementation of the green infrastructure rules, but Pinelands has determined that we must comply with them. So what we had as 3 stormwater basins before, we had 3 large stormwater basins. We now have, I believe it's 31 stormwater basins. So the requirement to provide discrete, smaller basins for smaller drainage areas. So that is evident on the plan as well and has driven the layout to a certain extent. Some of the basins are located on residential lots. Easements will be provided. In all cases, they will be maintained by the homeowners association. Item 6 in the letter, we questioned some structures in the affordable housing area. We have not changed that. We have parking areas in the homeowners association. One of the comments from the zoning board at the time of the original approval was where do we store bikes and toys? So we provided 8 sheds. It's 1 shed per building. Remember, they're 8-unit buildings, and they're located behind the refuse enclosure at the head of the parking. So those are in the original approval. Those are not being, again, we're not changing that at all. We're not changing the affordable housing area. Item 8 asked for letters of consent. There were apparently in the file, there were 3 property owners. All of the letters of consent were provided. We have them. There's multiple property owners on the property. We can provide them, but the board secretary we've provided them over the past 15, 20 years that we've had the project underway. Sorry? Okay, I skipped over. Item 7, did question Denton Lane. I mentioned that we're connecting the intersections at these Veterans and South Hope, and John will testify to that. But on Denton intersects, of course, currently with Whitesville, and Denton Lane is and we're connecting to Denton. The Denton Lane between our connection point, which I'm pointing to on A3, extending to Whitesville, that is being improved by a subdivision at the corner called Denton Pines. Denton Pines is an existing approved, actually we're preparing to file the map as we speak. That subdivision is also in the RGT zone, has the same zoning, but that subdivision has the obligation under its approval to improve the intersection of Whitesville and Denton and the length of Denton. So we're relying upon that as part, that has to be built as part of.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I don't want to make this last any longer than it has to. My concern is that this application now is relying on the Denton Road connection. I think the board needs to see in this plan or in this approval, something affirmative that says, if they want to go and they get to the phase of the project that requires Denton Lane to be improved, that they're going to do it. Relying on someone else, this is, whoever Denton Lane isn't an outside agency. They're a developer. I don't want to get in the middle of whether this applicant's going to build it or someone else is going to build it. Quite frankly, if that approval is good, I'm not sure why it isn't built now.
I understand.
But quite frankly, it needs to be part and parcel of this approval, because now they're saying that they're not ending Denton Lane on their property in a cul-de-sac. They're making a connection. So at whatever point they need it in this project, there should be plans and approvals commensurate with that. That's my only concern. I don't necessarily disagree with what Mr. Borden said. I'm just trying to protect the approval that will be given for this application, which now calls for that. They want to rely upon it, it's fine. But they can't, when they decide to go build the phase that requires Denton, say, well, Mr. Smith's supposed to go build that.
We can make those plans, we can show them as supplementary plans to this file. We can comply with what Mr. Peters is asking.
I also want, Mr. Borden, whether you or Mr. Junko, that whatever portion of, whatever phase of the plan requires this, if you guys need to go first, you need to build it. You can't ask the town to go ask Mr. Smith to build something.
I understand. I understand. That would not be required before phase 2, but we understand.
Thank you.
Mr. Borden, you know the board normally takes testimony till 10:30 about how much longer you're going to be.
About 5
Because I want
minutes.
to show respect to the public as well and give them.
About 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Okay. And then
I'll be
we'll
very
open to
quick.
the public.
Quickly, under item B of subdivision issues, there's no development proposed in wetland buffer areas, item 8. Item 13, there's a question of lot 8 on Whitlock. That will be permitted to access, it's an existing lot adjacent, that's not part of the project. As I testified before on item 14, lots 8.22 and 2.8, those are the two lots that have double frontage on Whitlock cul-de-sac. They will be deed restricted and they will be not permitted to access Whitlock. Item 1 of traffic circulation notes that Mullen Street was not included in the street vacation request. We'll include that. That was an inadvertent omission. We did talk about item 2, planting the hedge and the trees between the two right-of-ways. We'll work out the right-of-way limits with the tax assessor as suggested. Under the trees, the site is not subject to the tree ordinance. There is a tree settlement agreement that applies to the project. So the removal of trees is guided by that, not the tree ordinance.
Mr. Borden, was that tree settlement agreement provided?
Yes, I don't believe so, but I have a copy.
Could you do so?
I will.
Okay.
I actually have a copy with me, but recreation, I said, will be placed in phase 1. There's no change to the recreation. Open space is increased. We do request the opportunity to have a temporary office trailer. That was noted in item 9 of general comments. And that concludes basically my testimony. So basically, the project is amended very slightly to reduce 11 units, lots, to comply with the Pinelands wetlands statutes, and as well as the Pinelands stormwater management requirements.
Mr. Borden, I'm not sure if I missed it, but I thought you were going to explain the discrepancy in the affordable units for the phasing.
I thought I did. So the additional, we have 38 required for this project.
Right.
The additional 10 that we're proposing are for phases 4 and 5.
You know, I got that. That wasn't my
Okay.
question.
Oh, okay, then I misunderstood.
So when Mr. Junko went over the 3 phases, he said phase 1 was going to be 70 market
Correct.
rate, 8 affordable. Phase 2 was 62 market rate, 16 affordable. Phase 3 was 60 market rate, 16 affordable. So that brings it to 40 affordable.
Oh, then we have to work, that's too many. Yeah, we have too many affordable in that phasing breakdown.
You have too many or too few?
No, actually, it's not, because our multi-unit buildings, we can't build part of a building. That's why the number is the way it is. Even though
Are you proposing to build 48
Yes.
affordable units?
No, we're proposing to build 40 for this project.
Okay, so you're trying to build 40 for this project, so the number is not 48, it's 40.
Correct.
Okay.
So that has to be
There is a 40, there is an extra building that's part of the site plan, but will not be constructed as part of this project. It'll be developed later when we do the other phases.
So that has to be amended from the original approval then, correct?
No, I believe that's consistent with the original approval.
I think the original approval was for 48 affordable.
It is. We are
units.
proposing 48.
But I thought you just said you're only going to build
Well, we're gonna-
40.
Proposing and building are different things. We're getting approval for 48, we're building 40.
Okay. Yeah, please.
There are 48 units. 40 are required for this portion of the project. 8 are for the remaining 2 phases, and they will be built consistent with those 2 phases, and the 40 will be built for this project. The site plan will remain the same.
Mr. Junko, given the time, I will take a look at that existing approval. I have some, I'm a little troubled by that proposal.
It's spelled out in the resolution that we already have, so I think we should all read
Okay,
that together.
I'll take a look at the resolution you already have.
Well, let me know, I'll be happy to help you with that.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Ian, any further comments?
No.
If there are no questions from the board, I'll call John Ray.
We know that you would love to get done tonight, Mr. Junko, but the pacing is way off here.
So what we're going to do.
Madam Chair, can I go first?
Yes.
Because Mr.
No, no.
Borden and I are on a roll this evening.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Borden, just so you're clear, the lot dimensions aren't on these plans, correct?
Yes,
And
correct.
you're asking for preliminary and final this evening, correct?
Yes.
Just want to make the board understand that when they put the lot dimensions on, if Mark or I find that there's a problem with it, they have to come back here. So we're not approving the lot layout because we haven't, they're not dimensioned, so they haven't been checked. Okay? Mr. Borden, either because we were trying to move quickly or perhaps it was a misstatement, you had indicated in your testimony this evening that all of the access points are signalized.
No,
That's
I-
not correct.
No, I meant
I just want to make sure.
the surrounding
I-
road, county road
6 new board
system.
members don't know anything about the
Oh.
project. I know we're in a hurry, and I don't want to necessarily leave it to Mr. Ray, because you know more about the county improvements than Mr. Ray might.
Yes.
So could you just go through where the signals are going to, the access points and the nearby intersections, so you can describe what county improvements are being done along the property's frontage, please?
Absolutely, thank you. So, as I said, we're surrounded by 3, basically inside a triangle of 3 county roads. You have Veterans, South Hope, Whitesville. Those three existing intersections of Whitesville and South Hope and East Veterans, and Whitesville and East Veterans are all existing signalized county intersections. Our proposed intersections at Veterans and South Hope are not signalized. Left turn lanes are provided in and out of each of those proposed roadways. And I would note that our project has been approved by the County Planning Board, including the striping and improvements to those 2 intersections with the left turn lanes.
And the county has reviewed and approved the house of worship as well?
That's correct. That's included in the approval.
That's all I have from Mr.
I'm
Borden's.
sorry, it has or has not been approved by the county?
Has been.
Okay.
That's all I have from Mr. Borden's testimony this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I'm sorry, are there any questions for Mr. Borden? Given the time, we're going to open it to the public because they've sat in here and waited all this time. If anyone would like to come forward and then, so if there's anyone who'd like to come forward and make any comments regarding what you heard this evening, the testimony from Mr. Junko or Mr. Borden.
I'm going to swear me in again or no?
Yes.
Okay,
Do you swear the testimony you'll give to this board is the truth and nothing but the truth?
yes.
And would you please state your name and address again for
Paul
the record?
Revere. Now, do you have a note here that bylands? has
Into the
not-
microphone, please.
I'm sorry?
We
Okay.
can't hear your microphone.
Okay. You have a note here that the Pinelands is not verified or accepted, some wetlands delineations. It's on the map there.
They've accepted our wetlands delineation. Yes, they have.
Oh, so that map has to be updated?
No, this map that's on the screen now, that wetlands has been approved by Pinelands.
Okay, so, but that's what it says, right on your map.
Don't understand. Are you referring, there's a note on the map that says there's no disturbance to wetlands. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I guess it was on another map, but it says something like the Pinelands Commission has not verified the
I think that was
wetlands.
the original plan.
No, I believe what the gentleman is referring to is there's notations on the map. East Veterans and South Hope are the boundary of Pinelands, right? The opposite, the opposing side of the road in both cases is not in Pinelands. So there's a note here that says these wetlands basically are not verified, but they're off-site. You know, they're just, it doesn't mean anything. It's a note because Pinelands has no jurisdiction over them. I don't know why they feel the need to make me put the note on there, but I don't, you know, I look at Mr. Bressi because he understands.
Okay, well,
So-
you know, I was just reading English.
I understand,
Okay.
but they've approved the wetlands
Okay,
that
so you're
affect our
saying
property.
that the note I read is not correct. Everything's been approved.
The wetlands have all been approved on the site, yes.
Okay. Now, one thing I want to say to the board is that thank goodness for wetlands. And because the wetlands, this could have been a 200 or 300 home development. Now, the second question I have for you is, where are the children going to play?
Well, we have the recreation area up in the East Veterans side of the project, and we have all the substantial open space with walking trails and the lakes and areas around that, so.
Okay, so there is a designated recreation area there?
There is, there is.
And how big is that?
It's approximately, I'd say a quarter acre in size. That's a
Okay.
guess.
Next thing, is there a homeowners association building or a
No.
community building?
No. No.
Okay, so I'm just saying that on these high densities housing, they need some place to congregate.
Well, we have the approved house of worship that's located on,
Well, that's
South
not
Hope
a
Chapel Road.
substitute for the community.
That's the existing clubhouse for the former campground, and that's the area that we're repurposing for recreation.
Okay, so there's no, like, community building where they can
No.
have functions or
No.
meetings?
No.
Well, I would say that's a problem, because with that many homes and that many people, they need a place to go. And all I've got to say is, I'm very happy about the wetlands, because that's that many less homes that's going to be built. High density is no good. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to come forward to make comments about what you've heard this evening in Mr. Borden's testimony? Seeing no one else come forward, we're going to go ahead and close public session. Gina, do you want to find a date for them to come back?
Anything to be carried is to June 18th or July 16th per dawn.
June 18th or July 16th?
The June date, please.
June 18th?
No additional notice required.
June 18th, no notice, no further notice will be carried from here. And at that hearing, I would expect to
We
only
can't,
offer
can you speak into the
testimony.
microphone, please?
Hope it's on. June 18th, no further notice, and we would basically only have the testimony of John Ray. I would anticipate that that is in the 15 to 25-minute range max.
Thank you. 5, I hear.
Giving it a little leeway for questions.
Mr. Ray was holding up a hopeful hand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Motion closed?
Thank you all.